When you're ready for the phone.
Yes.
It's always rough water down. So if you look at that, signs right there to the corner.
Your 1-year warranty on your building, so. Call to order for the Durham Village Commission, the May 5th, 2025 meeting. The next business meeting will be Wednesday, March 19th, 2025 at 12 p.m. at this location, 111 North Front Street, second floor, room 205. Next hearing will be Wednesday, April 2nd, 2025 at 4 p.m., 111 North Front Street, second floor, room 204. Swearing in of staff. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And please state your name.
Nick Person.
And question of the commissioners, starting down to my left.
Visitors. Fran McCoy.
Ned Deal,
Rachel Schultz.
hearing format. Nothing to discuss there.
Just ask for typical, the applicants will be called, one case at a time to this table and then
Be sworn in, present their case after you present your review and overview of the project, and then we will have a discussion. We have a couple items for public forum. Do we have anything else?
just those items to be read. with the
Okay.
case.
Very good. Let's move on to approvals of staff. Commissioners, what recusals do I have?
I have none.
So do you have any? I have one, 652 Mohawk Street. Do I have a motion for ratification of the staff approvals? Second,
Second.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Approval of minutes from the last meeting, February 5th, 2025. Do I have a motion? Second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Staff reports, applications for certificates of appropriateness. First application is item COA 2500065, 770, 772 City Park Ave. Have the applicant present. Oh, very good.
You want to see her?
Yes, please. Oh, please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please state your name.
Elaine Rothwell.
Larry Haberman.
Thank you very much.
This application is a request for action for an exterior building alteration. For the code violation, and that violation number is 25444-0004. The work has been completed and it was to install 2 decorative metal handrails, one at each entrance door on the primary, which is the west elevation. The staff analysis, the HBO staff places item on the agenda because fall within the scope of the staff approvable item. HBO staff identified no changes to the stairs beyond the addition of the handrail. No is attached by brackets to the stair itself. According to Google Street View, there was no recent previous handrail on the property for either of the entrance doors. At the March 15th, the commission requested additional photo of the entire front elevation of the property. And we do note the Durban Village guidelines recommend that if a porch is to be rebuilt or expanded to use a simple design, avoid the addition of brackets for school or the details in the Durban Village guidelines. With that in mind, the HBO staff would recommend a more simple or less ornate handrail. Recommend approval of the application with the following conditions. And that recommended condition being final approved handrails installed in a simpler design that more appropriately complements the architecture of the primary structure. The basis for that staff recommendation is City Code 31611. 1 through 6. And the portions and students recommendation 1 through 6.
Comments?
What do you know? Oh,
Okay.
but sounds like, I don't know what you want us to do at this stage. At these fabricated, we hired a steel company to put them in. There's other pictures that we've submitted. If you come to this side of the house, right next to the house, other pictures. Tried to match the existing wrought iron gates that were there. Have an extra gate, there it is,
Yeah.
Yeah.
off to the side there. They made it to match that. Couldn't hear everything she was saying.
Okay. Chairman Harkey is not here, but he's written comments for all these, and I'm going to read as we go through all these, what his comments were. His comment about your application is guidelines, page 68. Recommendation number 4, when adding handrails to porches or stoops, avoid drilling or cutting original stone materials, which you mounted this in the limestone. Instead, try to mount the handrails in the ground adjacent to the steps. I would follow up on the fact that handrails are supposed to be very simple and functional and should not, as per historic preservation staff, be as decorative as this. They do not need to reflect and should not reflect the wrought iron railing that is down adjacent. We're looking for something that's very simple, not visually distracting, and almost not seeable.
Asking us to tear these out, start over. Got $3,000 on this.
I understand.
I don't know what you're asking us.
You need to get approval from this commission to
Okay.
get a certificate of appropriateness. Speaking for myself and the other commissioners can join in, I would not approve these for a certificate of approval. We'll let the other commissioners comment also.
I have approved the finials. If were removed, they would be, and I understand what you were trying to do in terms
Yeah,
of matching the existing stuff.
And it does
Yep.
match, by the way.
Right,
Right.
handrails were not.
No. Right. It's for safety purposes.
Absolutely understand.
On both sides.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So what do we do?
So we have a
We hired a
couple,
company, we told them, make sure you get all the permits necessary. We want to buy the book and to code. And this is what has occurred. We paid them, and I don't know what to do next.
okay, so we can modify the design and approve that, which would be a simple handrail, not mounted to the limestone, which could be staff approved. I believe that's what Nick had.
Where's it supposed to be mounted to?
I don't think that's an option
Yeah,
because of the width.
they told us they were gonna mount it into the outside of the, I don't know what you call those stone pieces,
Walls.
into the brick. They
Yeah.
couldn't do that. They said it would not support it. And neither would the concrete pad that you see along that. That would not support it because it's not deep enough. That's why they mounted it into the actual brick. And we've gone around, we walk German Village daily, And almost everyone I've seen is like that. It's not attached to the house,
And the,
it's attached to the top step and the
and the
bottom.
problem with that is eventually water will get in there and pop the limestone, which is why we don't recommend doing it. It could have been mounted to the brick of the base of the house, which would have been less intrusive, and a post that was anchored down into the ground in front of it would not have gone into the limestone wall. So we can ask you to amend your application to be a simple handrail, which is following those guidelines, that it's simple, does not have the guard aspect or decorative aspect to it. It's mounted to the masonry of the house at a joint, and it's got a post that's anchored down into the pavement in front of the first step. Or we can take a vote on this as it is existing. I don't think it's gonna pass. If it doesn't pass, you have to start the process over again. If we do a staff approval, you can move on by getting another drawing and replacing these with something.
We threw $3,000 away. You're
I'm
telling
sorry, probably you did.
For the certificate of appropriateness is like a codified by city code and is a requirement from your contractor. So you might pursue
me. Do you have
action with
that
the contractor,
information?
but it's city code 3116.
Yep.
How do I find it?
On the.
Online.
If you email me at gdc@columbus.gov, I'll email you that link to the city code. But the commission here this evening can only discuss your application as this case, but you might have that course of action on your own outside of this.
Okay, can I have that city code one more time?
3116, 31.
Title 31?
Yes.
Yep, section
Okay, this is
31.
all new to us,
Yeah,
so.
no, we understand. But the whole process, obviously your contractor did not follow it, so if it's something you have to recourse.
I should outside of this.
But that's outside of our purview. We don't, yeah, we can't do that.
But just to let you know that.
So, okay, so everything that you're telling me about why you won't approve this too ornate for German Village
And mounted to the limestone, so,
and mounted to the limestone, even though it's all over German Village, they're mounted to the limestone.
not with our approval.
So how,
What does that mean?
yeah, what does that mean?
Then they were probably installed without our approval, without a certificate of appropriateness.
So then we can go through and,
So if we put in a complaint to that, they would have to go through this and do the same
You
thing.
can do the same, yep, you can.
I mean, I don't want to do that.
That's up to you.
I mean, no, I'm not going to do that.
Okay, thanks.
It's insane, but I'm just, it doesn't make sense to me that this doesn't fit the German Village. That was our entire goal when we hired a contractor, to make it look like German Village.
Yep,
Because we couldn't do wrought iron anymore,
right.
so it has to be steel, it had it powder coated. We actually gave them the old gate that placed
Oh, okay.
there, they took it to the shop
Yeah.
to fabricate it.
Yeah. So,
So we did everything we thought was right,
right, and I'm,
and all
unfortunately,
you're telling me is you're sorry, and it's gonna cost us $3,000. Plus, whatever it's gonna cost to.
personally, I'm telling you, I'm sorry, but Commissioner, I can't. So,
But let me
yeah,
clarify. The five of you could approve this if you thought it was not ornate, too ornate.
if, we would approve of it if it complied with the guidelines. The guidelines,
These guidelines. So I.
3116, and there's also the German Village Guidelines, which is more enunciated on what 3116 calls for. Okay?
Okay,
And that was brought into ordinance in 1989. So that's part of the city code also.
Okay.
So the procedure is you would get a drawing, apply to HPO staff. Staff could approve it if it was within their guidelines. If it wasn't, they would bring it here. But they could tell you whether you were close to complying with it or not. Imagine this got flagged because it was so ornate.
ornate is,
Simple handrail that simply functions. There's nothing in code that requires a guard, which is what we installed. I'd like to amend your application.
you give me a lot of information, I've not
Okay,
gone
so-
through this
So
before.
if we amend your application, okay, one of the commissioners will praise the application for the motion such that you can get a revised drawing done submit it to staff. Staff can approve it or not. And then you can move ahead. Or we can take a vote on your application as it is now. Probably would be denied. And then you would have to start this whole process over again and still be in non-compliance with the law.
Have the applicant time to pursue their options for the handrail. In that case, you are automatically placed on the next month's agenda and you have a little more time to think through your
Think it
options
over,
before
right.
waiting.
Okay, I don't want to start from scratch. I want to
No, actually not.
get this finished.
Okay.
So the other problem is I don't know, steps are like 100 years old. The house is 125 years old. They drilled holes into these steps. And you're saying we cannot mount them there?
But it finds your contractor gets somebody that can do a little restoration on your limestone and prevent it from freezing up and melting. Great. Thank you. Commissioners, do I have a motion?
Application away to 006.
Second, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passes. It is complete.
Mr. Thiel?
Yes.
If you could, one more time, you said there were some German village guidelines that I could read.
Yes, and there, if you go to the city website and you go and type in German Village Commission,
Right?
on that webpage will be a link to the guidelines.
That will give us and the contractor guidelines as to what kind of railing
Yep.
to put together.
Importantly, we recommend not doing any future work until you receive the COA from the commission. You should be doing drawings, renderings, and proposals, but no work on it.
Okay.
Okay,
I just hired them. That wasn't us doing
I
that.
understand.
We said, let's do everything right. We knew German Village was very particular about things. I mean, someone's been in the family since 1960. Like, we didn't understand that part of it. It's just, we figured the contract.
have a conversation with your contractor. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
For COA 2400536, 652 Mohawk Street. I have to recuse myself in this one. First of here's.
Right. Where to tell you?
Yes.
State your names for the.
Josh Singer, both from CJ Restoration.
I'll state for the record that Commissioner Nurse is the acting chair. Operation to install fixed shutters. To install fixed closed door shutters on one window on the most. At March for this meeting, the commission requests clarification on what the photo on page 7 of the application materials is indicating. As an original photo. The Durham Village guidelines do recommend to avoid adding shutters unless there is firm evidence that the building has been enclosed from the interior, and shutters are only proposed on the window as far as we are understanding. HBO staff would shutter may be acceptable in this location as a way to keep more appropriate method for blocking the view to the interior. Staff recommendation, staff does recommend approval of any clarifications to be submitted to HBO staff. Basis for the staff recommendation is 31611, standards for alteration 1, 2, 9, 11, and 12, and the German Village guidelines on ornamentation within brackets, hood, blown shutters, and other fixtures, 3, and German windows 6.
Feet. But not very. Since all the other windows, including the ones in the attic, The opposite facade has stone lintel and sill, but this one does not. It has roll-off bricks below the sill and a soldier forcible reflector and doesn't match any of the windows. Are no evidence of previous shutters and no other shutters on the house. But it has not stopped removing fixed shutters or faux shutters on unused openings in the past. Faux shutters should be sized to match the opening. Caution against using if the opening is not square and the doesn't make it perfect square or rectangle. So recommend shutters, so that you have to get them custom. From the sizing of the shutters and you could fill the opening with being inside of the mold. The other option, if you're able to do it, is to just install blinds, close them.
It's, the previous owner had built a closet and enclosed that wall, so there's no way to get through it, yeah. If you don't approve shutters, and these are certain. Found it, and.
I think if you're putting shutters, and this Anthony's question was, are they over the brick mold?
Storm window on it, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that what, someone had put a storm window,
Right. We have a full service wood shop, so we have the capability to fit the opening. If the concern is visual, so we fill the shutters, now it looks skew. But
Then the verticals, on slats, which is not. Dark bell mounted to the storm.
I think the concern was coming up with a long-term solution.
Yeah.
For weather.
Peeling off. Yeah, that can.
it's really, it's what, 40?
No, maybe 20.
I mean, there are places from. That. Yeah. So are you proposing to still install shutters or to just take the storm out and rebuild?
Shutters, those can be improved.
Whether that opening is actually square, and then shutters are.
Yeah.
Wouldn't have.
And we can actually. You'd like us to just submit photos of the measurements? Or submit the measurements themselves like a diagram?
It doesn't mean. Factors of the other back.
Usually it makes. Why?
Do you want, are you considering approval with like that final review to confirm the square to staff?
Because I think most of us, Anthony's original anyways.
It doesn't fit the neighborhood.
That's the only, the staff could definitely review and confirm with the applicant, that it is a square before issuing this no way about
If anyone else in the concerns don't like.
it. I'd also wouldn't propose it going back to just brick, but
Sometimes with the installation here, looks like there's a significant size of evergreen tree, right, coming right from the side yard. Yeah, seems like that tree's pretty good health, and, you know, I can see that kind of and add a layer of, you know, not being visible from the street.
You have to be looking for it in order.
It wasn't very.
it was hardly.
Planning on painting the
please,
Yeah.
that we would approve installation of the shutters if window is square enough to receive them. So how are we going to evaluate that? We're going to leave that to staff.
Photos and send it. We just continue to, we have time to submit photos to each of the staff. Well, I think I can submit that information to.
Okay.
It was in top, bottom, left, right.
Okay, so on item COA 2400536, I move to approve with the following conditions. A drawing is submitted. Verify if the window is square enough to receive the, that would be submitted to staff. And yeah, and painted tricolor flag. Aye.
Close. Have it. Thank you. Thank you. Next one too. Ned, they're still here. Same address?
No.
Different address.
What I called him there?
Number 3, COA 2500034 East Sycamore Street.
And, I will read this, I do want to add, we did add, from the applicant, a second site assessment that is not on your Kindle packages. What is this here? That is, not in your Kindle materials, but it is available. I would direct you to that while I read the rest of the staff reports. This is a request for action for the exterior building alteration for shingle of Owens Corning in the state grade from west from the solid metal rigmarole and tinner's red and to replace the existing flat roof with new EPDM and flat frame. After March was submitted, we commissioned a letter submitted in an engineer's report, not from a roof contractor. They requested additional photos of the roof without shadows and noted that the current photos do not demonstrate enough here. We have on the report that no additional material for that traffic plan has been submitted. Per the German Bill of Guidelines, a slate roof assessment by a slate roofing contractor who is licensed in the city of Columbus regarding these should be provided regarding the existing condition of the slate roof and documented to the commission's satisfaction that the slate is beyond its serviceable life. That is from the German Bill of Guidelines, 2005. The staff recommendation is to continue the application to allow time to require additional photos and the second slate roof assessment from the roofing contractor, given the first ones from the engineering report, but that is to the commission's determination if they're finding those to be sufficient. The basis for staff recommendation is Rule 1611, 5611, and the German Village Guidelines 2005 amendments for site replacements, which are on page guidelines. There are no numbers there. There are no numbers there. It's just an entire section.
Applicants?
Yeah, so we hired an independent engineer. They inspected the slate, of course, from air with the drone, and then also from the interior attics. From slate soft.
A letter from a
That is that one from the upscale construction.
There's our licensed structural engineers reports in there too.
Yes.
saw that.
Okay.
That was the one provided after this meeting.
Guidelines say an applicant should have at least one written slate roof assessment by slate roofing contractor licensed in the city of Columbus.
Okay. Do you want someone separate than myself or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Hey, we made a conscious switch. Application, understand. the engineer so that that way our homeowners aren't sleeping their car.
That's fine.
But if we need a second,
But-
well, we can get a
The
second.
guidelines, which is code, requires
Okay.
that. Commissioners, comments?
Like, just be like,
Would like us to continue your investigation. Do I have a motion? Favor? Aye. Motion carries. Just continue.
Brett Rogers. Thank you.
Four. COA 2500103-199 Burger Alley. Thank you. Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
State your name.
James Kenny.
James Kenny.
a new guide and curb cuts. To create a new curb cut off of Macon Alley to a new brick parking pad. Remove one brick pillar and approximately existing masonry wall and iron fencing. To create a new 500 square foot brick parking pad for the submitted. Staff analysis application was previously reviewed conceptually at the May 2024 citizen hearing. The following is from the approved hearing minutes, commission comments. The commission encouraged property lines, the post-curb cuts and parking area seem to fall from the neighbor's property. And does note the applicant was absent from that hearing, so the commission only did provide that preliminary comment at the time. At the March business meeting, the commission requested the applicant clarify the property line to ensure all work would occur within the property line, and requested HBO staff add any historic property photos to the material package. The applicant did provide an additional marked photo with a red arrow indicating the location of the property line, which is in your material. And there are no historic property photos in the file. HBO staff note that Berger Alley provided by the applicant as an example for a curb cut. But there was no curb cut required for the creation of that brick parking pad, as there is no historic or existing curb on that side of Berger Alley. Alternatively, for the applicant property, there is partially a small section of limestone curb, with some concrete curbing there now. HBO staff do note that do not support the removal of historic curbs and the historic fencing, which was likely installed around the 1960s, as this would be a removal of historic fabric. We do recommend to continue to allow the applicant time to pursue a landscaping plan that's more in line with city code. The basis for that staff German Village Guidelines 2005 amendments for curb cuts. The German Village Guidelines for walk, sidewalks, driveways, patios, and parking lots, page 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And the German Village Guidelines for fences and walls 2, 3.
Comments?
Yeah, absolutely. So, 3 goals with this project. The most immediate one is creating off-street property, or parking, excuse me. I think we're all aware how increasingly difficult that is getting around German Village, especially the city taking note of parking studies as well. I want to enhance the historic nature of my property and make it more consistent with some of the neighbors' properties. I think the current design is a little bit of a hodgepodge and frankly not aesthetically pleasing or consistent with the historical nature of German Village. And again, it's out of line with the neighboring properties who have had similar changes approved by the commission. So just a few points regarding the curb cut. My understanding is you all go off of the 2005 amendments. My neighbors at 203 Burger, the picture that I included in the White House, from their proposal, as it is an alley, there isn't any curbs there, is my understanding. I think well, to the email from February 3rd. So because of that, it's not technically a curb, and therefore, my proposal is within those guidelines. And then in terms of the historic integrity, I understand why we have these rules in place, clearly support, which, why we all want to live there. Regarding the wall, I don't know if you can tell in the pictures, but my property sits up about 2 feet. It's kind of difficult. And so it's more of a retaining wall rather than, a fence or anything like that. So it's not as much historical as it is functional. And then you can kind of tell in that picture too, the piers in the wall are slanted backwards. And so they need to be replaced because their integrity is compromised. And then the plan incorporates those bricks and the fence as well, so it'll be repurposed to make sure that it's more cohesive and more historically oriented. And then you had mentioned the limestone. It's actually a step. It's not a curb cut. In one of the pictures, you can tell that it was cut out and then it was placed there. And so I think it's completely reasonable because of that to move it and reinforce, which would be easy to do.
Understand exactly. So your proposal is that you want to remove the brick piers, the brick wall. Just the one of them, you're gonna keep the one adjacent.
Yeah, but it needs to be rebuilt.
Are you preparing to repurpose or add to the fencing that exists there? So it'll be a gate, something that you'll open to the trekking path?
Right, yeah, got dogs, so I'd like to
So you
keep it
would,
contained there. And that's consistent with my neighbor's property as well.
what is the back?
Right, so those would be the bricks from an existing shifted back and incorporated into that essentially retaining wall.
Gonna have to regrade front, it's 2 feet high.
Curve, it's actually just a step. And with that,
I'm happy to do with whatever, with it, frankly, I'm kind of, how it was cut and it was placed in there. And so my mind is movable and can be moved anywhere within the lives, or can just be kept there as.
behind the brick wall, so is that the plan is to launch the existing tree and
I just planted that, 4 or 5 years ago, maybe, so, I mean, maybe move it, it was in a pot that was on, up there on the concrete slab, and just got too big to be in the pot, so I put it down there.
I read your letter, you talk about like, one of the goals is to preserve as much green space as possible. But the proposed plan is actually reduced. Right now you have, plant bed, some lawn. And in your proposal, you are proposing to replace with hardscape.
It's
That's
the
not-
opposite, be increasing the open space, and then, the back part is still a garden area.
But that's
And then-
already a garden, right? That the existing condition of the bed is already on the open space.
Correct, yeah, and the front space is not very, I might have the dimensions, I can't remember, but not significant. There's other areas that'll be incorporated for green space there.
I guess my point is, I think the total green will be reduced.
So there's 2 of them, there's one right there, Right there, yeah,
The other one, neighbor, is that still?
that's still my property.
Yes. I belong to them.
It comes off of my house.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh,
That's my understanding. There's two drains, one in the rear of the property and then one kind of on the corner of the house there.
Yes, it-
Right.
Yeah. If you go to Microsoft as a Bing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So how are you trying?
So it'd be kind of an edge. Correct. Yeah. Part of it that's making this a little bit challenging is the previous owner of the house in front of me owns my house as well. And so when she did all the renovations to both properties, it was all one piece of property essentially. She owned them both.
Oh, a condo, right?
Yes.
So is this joint property owned by both condos, or is this property that's owned by you?
It's owned by me.
Okay, and nothing has to happen in the condo association to let this happen?
No, I talked to my partner about it already.
Okay. I guess the big thing for me to start with is, how do we feel about the curb cut?
So I'll clarify, it's not a curb cut because there's no curb.
I'm seeing a curb.
Or leave that in place and just drive over?
No, it's been-
Or lower it
Yeah, lower it.
To flush and.
Yeah. So the pictures, go the other way.
So that's not a curb, it's just the base of the wall.
Correct. And take a right.
I don't know if I buy this, the base of the wall.
It goes beyond the wall and around.
I think it is a curve because it then forms the apron.
Yeah.
What I wanted. Basically in that photo, we were indicating your property line as turn back. That. That. That indicated where that stone hit your neighbor's building.
You're saying where that property line is exactly? Is that your
Yeah.
question?
Yeah.
So the metal stake, I think you can kind of see it right there, actually. You see the white dot? I'll go left.
I mean, where the drain pavement.
Yeah.
To the
That's,
left.
yeah. It could be. Yeah, I didn't get it
That's what-
hard because
Maybe that is,
all my neighbors.
Neighbors, right,
but it's on his property, so it's. He's got.
joint.
I mean, I think you need to get an opinion from the commission on whether a curb cuts. That's the first hurdle. Then there's a whole lot of other issues that I don't think the middle you've got solves for me, and it goes back to a lot that Anthony, our chairman, had to say about it. What materials proposed the new steps? How do you access the door that's going away? You're dropping the property grade by 18 inches. How's that going to affect the foundation? How are you going to address that? What are the conditions below that grade that we can't see? Fence, are you reusing it and locating it? Are you putting a new one in?
I think I've addressed a lot of these. I don't know if you want to go one by one here.
Yeah,
Sure. So I think the first one is the door. I think go with the pictures of my neighbor's property. That's essentially what I'm doing here. So they have one set of stairs and then yeah, okay. So one more, I think. So they have one set of stairs and then there's an identical door. That
Yeah.
Unfortunately, didn't catch it there. that does not have stairs.
Yep.
To it, so it'd be identical to that,
So the door is staying in place.
correct?
Okay, so we documentation in the application that that's what you're gonna do.
I think I drew it on the drawing, did I not?
Go back. There's that door right there, the left one, is the one that's gonna be hanging out nowhere, right?
Correct.
Okay, so how are you gonna address that? How are you gonna address the fact that it has no stairs anymore, the fact that you're getting rid of this porch in the back, porch significant, it is historical, will we allow you to demolish? Looks like concrete block, I don't know where that dates from, but we need to ascertain that.
It was renovated, it was repaired.
But that information needs to be in your application so we can understand that.
Okay, I think it's included somewhere, but I'll recheck on that.
Specification for your new stoop and new steps, what those materials are, what the handrail is. You need all that kind of information. We need to understand what your grading is, what your pavement is, how you're gonna address the foundation that, on that back wall that you're dropping 18 inches, how it's gonna be addressed every year. We need a lot more information in your application before we can.
Okay, I will say that this application was identical to. I did,
Different approach, different project. I remember that one. They weren't doing all the work that you're doing. They already had parking on their property.
they did not.
Yeah, I'm sorry. They were able to access that back.
If you got to go to the picture, that's not, the case, but,
We could make that an academic conversation.
okay.
But there's a lot more information we need to know.
Okay.
Grades, all that kind of stuff.
And I will say on the existing plans, that is the second door that would remain hanging and is currently in the patio. There's no door marker showing that it's a door. I didn't know what that was.
Okay, that's fair.
And then let's see, markings are just on the.
Like, these are nice conceptual things for us to start talking about, but for us to take action on it, we need a lot more information.
Problem with that is, you're requiring excessive costs here.
And this is where I think your hurdle is, would this commission approve a curb cut or not?
So
I
what
think
would,
that's your hurdle, but that's just my opinion.
okay, so what's required for that? So I can address it
I
next.
I can ask for a straw vote here of how we can have more conversation about whether a curb cut's appropriate here or not.
Let's do it.
Pardon me?
Let's do it. So that way I
Okay.
don't waste your guys' time going forward.
Exactly,
Kill-
and that's what I'm trying to get you.
Yeah, I'm there.
All right? Am I right? Is that appropriate here or not?
Due to no existing limestone curbs existing in here, I think the small portion for the step, I would be. I could approve a curb cut here if all of the other conditions are worked out in terms of how the grade and everything is addressed.
Yes.
Because I agree, I don't think that, because it is off the alley and it's not a historic limestone. That didn't think. Like, what's happening to the neighbors, and how much of that being cut off. And how
Last but not least, I think you need to address the neighbor's issue. Radius. My feeling is this is not an historic curb and you should take the whole thing out if you're gonna take it out.
Say that again. It's not.
It's not a historic curb. It was probably done when this was
Right.
landscaped in. The alleys do not have curbs. This is
Right.
the only piece on here. You need to take the whole thing out.
I'm completely on board with that.
That's where I'm at.
That's all I was asking, so I appreciate it.
That's where I'm at. So there's your first hurdle.
Great. Appreciate the guidance, so,
You got
excellent.
no,
Yes.
yes, yes, okay. So consensus is, we think you can do a curb cut.
Excellent. Can you approve?
But if you would like.
Right.
We have a motion?
Item number, BOA 2500103199 Burger Alley.
Yep.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries.
Great, thank you. Good night.
Yep.
554 South Brick. Thank you.
Come again.
Yeah, I suppose, but I heard that one.
Item number 5. COA 2500110 excuse me, South Grant Avenue.
What, you can pull the, you can pull the chairs out.
Yeah.
Want to make sure you weren't for.
Or hanging out there.
Yeah.
Raise your right hands. I'll forward it. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yeah, I do.
State your names.
Nathan Sampson, Will Lanert.
Christina Nadowski.
Brandon Shaw.
Last door of the owners. All right. Very good. Thank you. Nick?
This is a request for demolition using both the variance recommendation request. The proposed work description, we do note this application has been split administratively by HBO staff at the request of the commission at business meeting. So there's 3 parts. As the commission, you can change those splits around as you need to with motion of the hearing. That is COA 2500110A. The applicant proposes demolition of the non-historic, non-original garage and the construction of a new 2-car garage with habitable space above and a covered patio. We did make that change now. Your staff report that you received earlier this week might say historic, but that was a typo. It is a non-historic garage determined by state. The new garage is to be 19 feet 8 inches in height, and materials are to include cedar siding, chimney with a thin brick veneer, floral trim, Marvin ultimate windows, a closed-bay carriage house garage doors, PVF sightline shingles, and copper downspouts. Part B is for the landscaping portion of the application. The applicant proposes relaying the existing brick walkways, adding a limestone curved planting beds, and installing new landscaping in the front yard. In the rear and side yard, the applicant proposes alterations to patios and walkways by laying new brick, replacing the brick retaining walls with limestone, and replacing the existing step with a monolithic limestone step. Other work items include the installation of a freestanding fountain in the chimney, new planting, and a 48-inch tall crash enclosure, and a new 6-foot tall wooden fence. And then part C for your variance recommendation. Those are CC 333.0584 area district lot width requirements. Allow a lot width of 46.5 feet when 50 feet is required. That's an existing condition. City code 0.14 R2F area district requirement to allow a lot area of 3,345.9 square feet and 6,000 square feet is required. That is an existing condition. CC 3332.26 side yard, single family dwelling, to allow a side yard setback of 0.7 feet when 5 feet is required. This is an existing condition. CC 3332.26 E side yard for a detached garage to allow a side yard of 2 feet when 3 feet is required. That is a variance from the proposed design. CC 33.38E private garage to allow the proposed 0.7 side yard setback when 5 feet is required. CC 3332.38E and F private garage to allow for an 812 square foot lot coverage for a private garage when 45% or 740 square feet in the space is the maximum. The applicant did note the detached garage is 600 square feet, but the covered porch has 212 square feet for a total of 812 square feet of lot coverage for the garage and porches. That is a design related variance. CC 3332.38G private garage to allow for a height of a detached garage to be 19 feet 8 maximum height permitted. That is a variance required. CC 3332 private garage to allow for habitable space in the second story of an attached garage. Variance required. 12.25 detached garage maneuvering to allow for a maneuverability distance of 12 feet 10 3/4 inches when 20 feet is the typical requirement and design variance required. Staff analysis HBO staff did complete a site visit in April of 2024 to the site. And on the site visit, HBO staff concluded that the existing garage was not historic and used almost, if not all, non-historic, non-original material from the original garage. While the garage does appear on the Sanborn maps, the current garage does not have any historic materials and it is, that's all, sorry. This application was previously reviewed at the September 2024 PC hearing, and the following is from the, from the approved, hearing. Application was, conceptual, so no act was refused from these comments. Commissioner comments, the commission determined the demolition of the garage would likely be supported as the garage is not historic, and the requested solid photo documentation of the existing structure be provided. The commission was supportive of the proposed location for the new garage, and the covered porch on the proposed garage would depend on the overall massing of the final proposed garage. Business meeting, the commission requested the applicant submit an existing site plan, an alley streetscape drawing, submit revised renderings with fireplace and chimney heights, and add dimensions on the plantings, distance to curbs, and gutter measurements to submitted drawings. The commission also requested HBO staff administratively split the application if not done. The applicant did provide an updated packet with those additional dimensions and measurements. The height of the proposed outdoor chimney, which is 18 feet 1 inch without the cap, and with the cap, 19 feet 8 inches. Staff recommendation, staff recommends approval with all clarifications to be submitted to HBO staff for review and approval. With the following conditions, and I do apologize if the condition that we recommended would not be here, but that is, the condition discussed by HBO staff was that height of the chimney be determined to be appropriate by the commission in conversation. The basis of the staff recommendation is zoning variance. City Code 31612, standards for new construction, the 311613, standards for site improvements, and
Just one.
that's it. I can find it, wasn't there? 31614, standards for demolition, the German Road guidelines for new construction for garage and outbuildings, 1 through 15. Sidewalks, patios, and parking lots, page 125, and the recommendation 1 through 5. The German village guidelines for fences and walls, 2, 3, and 5. City code, oh, that's the same thing. German village guidelines 9. Some of these are repeated, I do apologize. The last few are for your order. The German village guidelines for ornamentation, turn brackets, for mold shut. 4. And the German village guide. Lighting, street furniture, pools, fountains, and gazebos, 1 through 6. I'm not going to explain why the 8 pages because
Thank you. Thank you.
this is on the request, so apologies for your.
Applicants,
Just one clarification on the variance list, CC 3332. So I think that gives us total of 3 technical variances and the 5 design variances. I know it gets confusing. CC 3332.
private garage.
Yeah.
Oh,
For the- And just from the conceptual review, I just want to note a couple of deltas on the variance request. Of these variances from that initial conceptual review, the footprint overall of the garage and porch has been reduced. And so by 4.2% rear yard frontage or 100. We also lowered the ridge of the proposed garage by 10 inches, which was 20.6. Now it's 19. Any questions about the have, more detailed site plan elevations. But
But before I do it, let me make sure I take out the reference that we no longer need. He does. That's this. Okay, so Commissioners, I'm unable to attend the hearing. This is from Commissioner Harkey, who is recusing himself from this, but lives within the neighborhood. I'm unable to attend the hearing due to a planned trip out of town, but I would like to provide testimony by email. In full disclosure, I am the current chair of the German Village Commission that, as per our ethics guidelines, I am taking no part in the discussion on the application. I'm writing this on behalf of myself as a resident and a neighbor. I'm also writing this in response to the design as initially submitted for the business meeting, as final application documents for the hearing are not available at the time of this meeting. I live around the corner from the property at 554 South Grant. I spoke at the previous hearing generally in support of the concept proposed. At the previous, that there was still the utility easement remaining held by the city when the portion of the vacated alley that this garage was going to be built on was purchased. This is a phone call wire running through the area. I've not heard any word of this being resolved. That's something you're going to have to resolve to get done before you're going to get a building permit. As to what is being proposed, I do not have any issue with the garage proper. However, I feel that the covered porch and fireplaces proposed are inappropriate for several reasons. The variance needed for, and I'm going to go 3332.38F, because of the proposed design of the garage is 92 square feet over the allowable 720 square feet. The covered porch itself is 212 square. This is an overage fully caused by a design decision and not a site requirement. The covered porch is not an essential part of the garage and can be sized or configured in a myriad of ways. I would challenge the designer to come up with a design that is in keeping with the city code rather than what's resolved. Structure is technically defined as a gazebo, a roof structure that offers an open view of the surrounding area, typically used for relaxation or entertainment, parentheses and parentheses. German Village Guidelines, page 122, recommendation number 6 states, quote, remember that pools, fountains, and gazebos were not common historically and are discouraged. Such features are installed, they should be kept clear to the rear of the lot and made as invisible as possible from the street. Consider using landscaping screening to these features on the walls and fences, unquote. This location is kept to the rear, made invisible from the street, but the attachment to the garage is not a design form that we typically see in the building. German Village Guidelines, page 114, recommendation number 10. Garages and outbuildings that overwhelm or compete with the residents or nearby structures are not subordinate and therefore should be avoided. Keep overall dimensions as small as possible. The addition of the covered porch to the garage is not in keeping with the guidelines of keeping the overall dimensions as small as possible. Number 4, if this covered porch were to be sited separate from the garage, not attached, then it would likely be viewed as a small outbuilding. German Village Guidelines, page 114, recommendation number 16 states, garden sheds and other small outbuildings should be small in scale and simple in design. They should be sited in a manner that respects the dominance of the main structure and may be limited in floor area by the building and zoning codes. The pitch of this roof is definitely not in keeping with this recommendation. The only reason for an approximate 15-foot tall gable for a covered porch is to play off the roof pitch of the garage to which it is attached. Another case of purely design decision dictating. A fireplace that is part of the covered porch patio is placed at the rear, effectively projecting outside the plane of the rear wall of German Village Guidelines. Page 108 states elements of the roof, such as chimneys and ridge cap, detail important design considerations. Historically, German Village buildings did not have projecting chimneys outside of the wall. In other words, they were incorporated in the wall. Thus, new construction in the historic district should maintain the chimneys within the exterior envelope of the building. The fireplace chimney stands at 19'9" and 1/8 inches tall, according to the manufacturer's specifications, and Anthony did have the chimney attached for reference. The minimum height of the chimney is 10 foot. Is the fireplace freestanding with a minimum of 2 foot above any portion of the roof within that 10 foot of the chimney? Because this is a pitched roof, this is causing the chimney to be a minimum of 2 feet above the ridge at the starting point. Then, because of the placement of the fireplace centered on the east wall, it appears that this is causing the offset of the chimney to stay 10 foot away from the garage wall and roof. This offset, excuse me, is triggering a new requirement that the minimum height of the chimney with the offset be 18 feet. Exaggerated height of this chimney is all due to design decisions. He comments that wood burning fireplaces seem to have become the new hot item for large properties down along Schiller Park. We are now seeing the same being desired in smaller lots further north. Principal structure on this lot is a simple L-shaped 1.5-story structure. It is not a large 2.5-story Victorian on an oversized lot. Every site-driven village is unique and every property has its own set of challenges. What works for one property is not necessarily appropriate for another. I ask that the commission really consider that if the covered patio and fireplace are designed as truly appropriate for the property, the designer is not able to make the scopes fit the property, then the scope may not be appropriate for that project or this property. Thank you for your consideration, Mr. President.
So he had mentioned the access. There's several links.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is the full.
It is not on the site plan. But
It's exactly.
It's not on our property, it's on the properties over behind, basically like directly east behind the proposed garage.
I think a suspension.
That means there's an easement on your property, probably with it to the pool person.
Yeah, it's just this.
Although that easement, but if they come in and do something, they rip it all out at your expense. So you know. I support Anthony's comments about patio and the roof. You got the main house, you got a garage that's an ancillary structure, and then you got a patio that's even ancillary to that. Typically, a couple instances we still have left, it is a very low line shed roof. It comes off the garage, to make that happen. I agree that the massing of the fireplace is absolutely huge and inappropriate. I disagree, you can have a fireplace, but I think it should be very simple and utilitarian, possibly just be a pipe. Okay. That's my opinion.
And his comment about separating the two so that it's not dying into the proposed garage and.
I'm okay with it being attached to the garage as long as it's a really low shed, because we've got a lot of ancillary
Yeah.
low shed service structures, yeah.
Yeah, that was a question that we're gonna ask is, the roof of that covered porch area could certainly, not mimic the garage itself. We could do low sloped roof, that section, for sure. In the chimney, I think that, he's correct in it's our distance from the garage ridge that sort of puts us in that spot. Yes, like centered underneath, but we needed to get a little bit of room, so we shifted that over. With a flat roof and more of a stove type condition, that it seems lower by quite a bit, right? Or, I mean, even if it was flat roof with some sort of massive, it could be a lot lower, right?
And I think if you did a similar fluid stainless steel, it would disappear.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
And just kind of bringing the walls of the chimney with under the footprint of the roof. Interaction.
Absolutely.
Instead of having it proud of the roofs, you're seeing the full elevation of it, but instead of, you've got your roof and.
Yeah, it just doesn't break the eve
Yeah.
line.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's not that far of a shift, certainly.
I think you still got all your functions.
Not right now. I mean, I think that we've got, anticipate like E fixtures for downlighting at this point. Sorry.
Got the soffit fence and then
In addressing some of those comments, I think that the porch portion and the chimney, with those thoughts in mind, and we'll have to look at that with the clients a little bit, but can be brought down to address those issues. Um, right, was it, garage proper, or mostly just,
Or just.
Yeah, okay.
ice constraint.
Yeah.
I can look into.
Yeah, I think in that case, wanted to try and get a full 18-foot. Certainly that mimics two doors with, and I think you can see it in the color rendering of that front elevation. Also just because of the maneuverability, right? We're trying to show typical cars turning radius in our path to get in, is to show that, it's
No,
possible.
I appreciate it.
Yeah. But trying to get that to look as much like two door system. That. Comments from the commission right now on just their. What may need to,
I can make a suggestion for you, and I don't know how, I mean, I'm anticipating that your slope roof is gonna be running high to the north going south. Now they come off of. Why not put the fireplace on the north wall of the porch and bury the chimney in the garage?
I think that it could be something to talk through.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's absolutely, but I think for the guy, for what we talked about, we can figure it out.
I think with thinking through that roof and thinking chimney and what the requirements are for clearance with the roof, possibly, just comparing that to basic layout of that with,
That's. Typically, though, I'm just saying we would see that slanted roof go from garage.
Yeah.
Out, okay.
I think also showing, as we've done with other applicants, showing the streetscape of the alley, of the other heights of carriage houses and garages in the back to show where yours is fitting with those, or
Yeah.
in keeping.
odd site being, it's a leftover, it used to be incorporated into the lots, like Anthony's
Yeah.
running along there that was sort of chopped out. Probably was there and a lot of other things. So it does not necessarily have that block neighbors of any similarity, because every street and behind it, there's not garages that run along the sequence of lots as you go.
The direction is no alley.
Yes,
Yeah.
Backyard.
Yeah.
I like what you guys did on the streetscape side, as well as the front yard, removing that invasive tree. And the perimeter looks good,
With regard to, or just a questions about the requested variances for this. Variances are more focused on technical variances and then the garage itself.
Yeah.
You were able to shrink the garage so you can paint that. 7 and 20 square feet.
It's, we're trying to, I guess, if you look at the section, we pulled it down. Like, we're trying to, match the roof slope of the house. And we've done a lot to pull that roof line down, 7-foot high garage doors. You can see how that sits with that space. And the space is part of this proposal. It's sort of a critical program space with the trying to not necessarily add on to the house, but in need of this space. So we're sort of balancing out, getting that as low as we can, but still being able to use that as habitable space as part of the proposal. So sort of, we work to massage those to minimize them as much as possible, so they're a little bit.
Like us to continue.
I think. Talk about what the solutions are that make sense for the clients.
Absolutely. That is the issue.
Yes, I think so.
And that solution that may affect your garage in some minor way.
I think the roof question, I think is easy to solve. I think it will be the chimney fireplace termination location.
Yep.
So. Was engaged with the comments that was a appropriate location if you're going up that high to be engaged with garage, right?
Fights the whole.
Yeah.
chimney.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's not to say that's the only solution. If you're gonna put it on the east side of the porch.
Yeah.
The flue needs to be as.
Yes, on the architectural part.
Landscape plan's gonna have to change.
That's what I thought on that. All right. Do I have a motion, please?
Are there comments?
I gather not.
There really is no grass left.
There never was grass.
Those are already made.
Yeah.
There was gravel.
Yeah.
Yes, we can, I think, tabling the architectural portion. I don't. Is it, for the variances, since they're based on the garage, is that a part that we could vote on separately if there's no issues to clean that
Certainly
up?
could
or-
vote on the existing ones.
Yeah.
I would wait. We would
Okay.
not, until the design is approved, we wouldn't approve the other ones.
Mhm.
I would just say wait to get your porch issues figured out and you're gonna have to come back.
Yeah.
I'm not hearing anything about the variances.
Yeah.
I'm not hearing anything about the other issue. It seems to be the porch needs to be resolved.
Yeah.
Again, Commissioners, motion?
Item COA 2500. Oh, 110C. Five
A, B,
ninety-four
A, B,
South
and C.
Green. Yeah, A, B, and C, South, 554 South Grant Avenue. Move to continue.
All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The commission like these to remain still for the next.
Yes. Item number 6, COA 2500080, 37 East Coppin Street. Raise your right hand. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Please state your names. Applicant or applicant?
Nate Stover.
Very good, thank you.
Sorry. The exterior building alteration includes, to replace the existing front door with a new 6-panel 3/4 light wood door. To replace are the well-square large vents and the new stress glass measuring 12.5 inches wide by 26.87 inches high. To replace the fade classic steel wood look, noted that there is a flow with grain on the garage door. To replace the existing door in the back of the home, which is the west. However, reserved double panel the window, so. To install a new egress window in the basement with a new window opening, using pellet and fiberglass sliding window. To replace new nursery windows. Noting that in your packet, there's reference to painting, corporate address, and mailboxing that are part of the separate staff approved application. And this application also does include the installation of the proposed new shutters on the windows that are now called out in your packet. In the landscaping, to replace the existing pergola with a new pergola to match. The existing pergola is installed on an elevated deck in the rear yard. And the reconfiguration of the porch steps to accommodate a pergola for the submitted drawings. Staff analysis at the March business meeting. The commission requested the applicant amend the drawings to add height and dimensions of the raised deck. What is the total height of the pergola from grade? Requested the applicant bring a physical finish sample of the garage door and add more elevation photos that clearly identify doors, windows that are proposed for replacement and alteration. The commission also recommended preparing alternative options for the light fixtures and requested the size of the existing light fixtures. The applicant did submit updated material packet with additional details. Some of those additional materials are towards the end of the packet that you have, should be on your handles there. HBO staff note, the applicant proposes a textured faux wood door for the garage door replacement. It was our recommendation the applicant select a different finish for the door without a faux wood grain. Though the classic steel garage door model does come in non-textured smooth finishes. The staff recommendation is the disapproval of the following conditions. Those conditions being that the final garage door be a smooth texture with no faux wood grain. And the basis for recommendation is actually some items on there are not on the report relevant to this project. I do apologize. The relevant ones are the German Village guidelines for entries and doors. One is smelling. The German Village guidelines for Windows 6. The German Village guidelines for walk sidewalks, patios, and parking lots for 1 through 5 for the pergola. The German Village guidelines for ornamentation 2 and 4. And the German Village guidelines for exterior considerations like street lighting, street furniture, pools, 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6. Noted on your staff report, it is the first 3 sections that are not applicable to the application for the basis.
Discuss,
Yeah,
testify.
yes, absolutely. So we brought a couple of samples with us today for the garage door. It wasn't quite clear whether it was the texture or the graphic of the wood grain that because there are multiple textures available that include both a wood look material. And if a steel door is painted on steel, one option is more of like a stippled, and the other is more of a true like wood grain type of. So, wanted to clarify whether it was the texture or the actual like graphic that was.
It's a graphic finish, but it does address the texture and steel.
Okay, so if we were to go,
Not even that, just smooth.
not even,
Talk about the graphic paint finish as another topic, but that's what was addressed by that.
okay, got
Okay,
it. I think we can look at some options and figure that out.
anything else?
I don't think so. I think that was the main.
Open up to commissioners.
What are they facing like?
On page. Further down, it was like inserted into this, and just do. Let's give the garage door.
Oh, and you have. Right there.
Well, no, this is. It's not store property.
As far as I could do, it was built in 1995.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, good, okay.
Not even with the 40 years story.
Yeah. So we're just saying what's appropriate for new construction.
And a lot of these items you fall outside of what is applicable, which is why you're.
Yeah.
Seeing even for reconstruction as well. It is actually going to be raised by 1 step, so by 7 inches. The interior that we are bringing up, fine with the rest of this floor. And so we're also raising the deck so that it's a condition that doesn't include a step between the living room and the exterior.
Because it's 3 steps and it's 4 steps.
Correct.
Will be higher.
Yeah, so the existing patio door includes the transom, and so essentially what we're doing. Keeping the existing exterior trim and the. Altogether. Correct, so that is also a patio door currently. We're changing that to a double hung, and eliminating the exterior access there.
Comments about the garage language. And a little large.
I think it's probably around page 20.
Oh, the small, this.
Yeah, the shades of light fixtures are a little bit smaller.
Roughly 7 by 7 is the house. Which is. Right, yeah, and these were
26.
26 by 9, 12 by 12. Application number, yeah.
Okay.
Once.
One is a porch light,
Yeah.
suspended, and then there's two in front of the garage.
Yeah.
Okay. And then there's one on the back.
There's one on the back as well. Would be the sconces on the front on the garage, as well as the one in the back would all three be the same size. So all sconces would be the same size. And then the porch light, which is a pendant, is smaller color, but it's also kind of recessed a bit.
Problem is, it's not centered on the door because of that configuration of the porch.
Right, because the door isn't centered on the
Yeah.
porch.
And I think that makes it look odd and it really, instead of, I think it draws your eye to the fact that you don't have that
Okay. So if we were to do like a flush mount, would that be preferred?
recessed.
Okay.
I think that would even be better. It's not,
Have room to put sconces there.
yes, true,
Inside the
absolutely.
door.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's just. And shutters would never have been approved for new construction or on old construction, so. My opinion is that's a no-go. Other commissions can chime in on that.
Would agree with that.
At one point, they did have shutters on the house.
If you can justify the house was built with shutters,
Okay. Great, I can bring that for sure.
we're gonna look.
Yeah, there was some old Google Maps with the previous color, so. More recent listing photos have them.
Okay.
Great.
We can find it.
Oh,
Thank you, Roman, Mr. Mitchell. That the earliest one, seven. So if you can find us some documentation that the house was built with shutters. Yep. So let me ask you this, we can proceed with making this part A and part B, making part B with shutters. Probably approving part A as modified by the light fixtures and a couple other items. And then part B we could continue. Or would you rather just have us continue the whole thing and come in next month with resolving?
Yeah. That's what I've always been up to.
Okay.
Have any issue with the change the size of those openings on the back elevations?
Yeah, I don't because it would comply with new construction. Yeah, good question. Thank you. Motion to put B and D?
Compton Street into parts. A, to include some modifications. Part B, to add shutters to the house. I mean, whether the house was built with shutters.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye, motion carries. Part A with the modifications requested by the applicant.
Compton Street, Part A, to approve the application as modified by the applicant. And that the lights will be the smaller after with smaller fixtures. That is.
The garage,
The garage,
yeah.
the garage, texture is to use.
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah, just the solid color.
modified. Okay,
And then the reason for the In the rear being raised up is because on the inside, the second living room is being raised up, so the door.
Is there a second?
A second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Motion on part B to continue, please.
Item number COA 2500080, 37 East Codville, Part B. Move to continue, to give applicant time to, provide evidence of prior shutters.
Thank you. All those in favor? Aye. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 7, COA 2400615, 828 Eden Park Avenue. Right hand, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please state your name.
Justin Connor.
And you're the applicant.
Applicant for the exterior building alteration for window replacement. Cinder block addition that was constructed sometime before 1961. With color reserve on the windows from the approved windows. This application was added to the agenda after the business meeting, but shared with the commission early last week due to a clerical error from the online portal. HBO staff have determined the windows proposed for replacement are deteriorated beyond repair and are eligible to be replaced. Replace this item on the agenda for the replacement window, given these are original steel windows. The new windows proposed for replacement are on was likely added sometime in the early 1960s when the building was converted to a multi-tenant apartment building by the owner at the time. The owner at the time utilized the first floor as an art studio and rotating tenant retail space, occupied one unit with family and had other tenants in the building, including through an article search that was conducted last year by applicant's request. The windows on this rear addition do appear to be original metal windows from that time, but have been determined to be deteriorated beyond repair. HBO staff would be supportive of the color windows should be installed, however, would recommend the replacement window be fixed. So with smaller dimensions of the existing windows to be to the existing windows to be accomplished through applied grills or other modifications. Staff recommends approval with the following conditions. The condition being that a more appropriate replacement window is selected and submitted for staff review and approval prior to the issuance of the commission. The basis for that recommendation is City Code 11, Operation 1591112, the German Village Guidelines for Windows from page 62, 1, 2, and 4, and the German Village Guidelines 2005 amendments for Windows found on page 1.
Yeah, I was able to finally get my banner sheet following this. Cut out today, just got. Have that with me if you would want to review that.
Sure.
No, there's more than one.
Oh, I mean, just one copy.
One copy, yeah,
Okay.
I'm sorry, and you guys can keep that.
Oh, okay.
Okay, comparable, it's just.
Got the divider. in the middle.
Any reason for keeping them or making them operable?
Well, I believe they're operable now. They do.
Yeah.
A good portion of this stairwell space is actually becoming living space. Have another request as well to consider. In weeks, HVAC about making penetration on the outside. So I do have showing 3 penetration for the second floor. For the two bathroom stalls. I think I just. Oh, no.
Okay, given that the proposed size, it's a standard sized vent on a rear elevation, that is a staff approvable item. So you would just submit a new, COA application for those items. As long as they're not like, like the one you see there above the wiring, it's like a
Yeah.
standard size exhaust
Yeah,
vent.
just
As
like,
long as you're proposing that size, it should not be an issue for the staff approval.
the driveway side would be one and then two in the back. So if it only has to be back in the back rear of the building, then I might have. Like that one on the side, if I can do another one on the side.
I think, especially with this being painted center block, it could be a staff approvable. We'll work it out in staff.
It's not a lot of architecture, but.
Yeah, and it was not reviewed by the commission at the time.
Yeah.
Even if the commission had just formed, it would not have been reviewed.
Comments on the revised proposed window?
Application number 7, COA 2400615, 828 City Park Avenue, to improve the app. Place the existing body steel windows with the awning window.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Application number 8, COA 2500098, 369 East Jackson Avenue. Jackson Street. Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
State your names, please.
Joey Feinberg.
Chris Collins.
Applicant, owners. Very good. Thank you. Thank you. Very good. Welcome.
This is varying height to 77.5 inch height, decorative iron fence and gate. Noting that the height just varies with the existing grade. Per the submitted drawing on the west side yard, per the submitted site plan. This application was also added to the agenda after the submitting due to the same portal clerical errors. This application is for a simple fence. While it is taller than what HPO staff and staff approved for iron fencing, we do support the application of the fence is not proposed in your street or public right of way. And the commission has supported similar security fencing gates for other properties in the district and some location. Staff recommendation is approval, and the basis for that recommendation. The German Village Guidelines for exterior considerations on fence walls, page 1.
Add or?
I think you covered it. It's a simple fence. The height variation, the reason for it is you'll see the wood fence there. We were just trying to make it level line with the existing perimeter fence. And that's what Fortune had drawn up to keep it even.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I can't see the photographs. It's kind of.
I think it's put mulching over the years.
Comments from? I think so.
Is it higher at the wood fence or at the house?
Attaching to the house. Age on that back of the dish.
So it won't be attached to the house.
Okay.
It will be planted in the ground right next to the house. Okay. Flush to the house, but it won't be attached to the house.
Okay, there just wasn't a post on it. It looked like
That's right, what like it's proposed on that side.
If it's attached to the house, is that a problem? Isn't that,
Frame house, right?
it's, yes, with model siding.
This one, I wanted to.
Are you okay? Very good. Is there a motion?
Item number COA 25009-369 East Jackson Street. Move to.
Second. Thank you. All those in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Number 9.
Has identified himself as being profoundly deaf. So we just ask that you make eye contact and speak clearly because he'll be reading it.
Oh, okay. Thank you. COA 2500032-376 East Tech Street. Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And state your name, please. Thank you, sir.
I have a copy in front of you on what I'll be reading. This as a conceptual application for an exterior building alteration for a west dormer expansion. The existing dormer on the west elevation to 21 feet in length from the existing 13. 4-inch lap siding, a standing seam metal and copper gutter. The staff analysis is at the March business meeting. The commission requested the applicant submit a photo of the front elevation of the property and asked for clarification about how the existing electric connection on the roof would be handled. The commission requested HBO staff provide an approximate construction date for the dormer. The applicant did submit a requested photo of the front elevation of a 2006 COA for the dormer expansion. HBO staff have added that complete 2006 COA and the stamped drawings and site photographs from the time. HBO staff could not identify a date of construction for the original dormer before the 2006 alterations, and it does not appear on the 1960 Sanborn maps. So that 2006 alteration more than doubled the dormer size at the time. The recommendation, as this is a conceptual application, is for the commission to offer design feedback that can be utilized to further refine the proposal. The basis for that recommendation is 611 standards for alteration. The German Village guidelines on dormers and skylights 1, 2, and 3. The German Village guidelines for additions 1 through 4.
Do you have anything to add?
No.
Gotcha. Guidelines say keep dormers to the back. You're pushing the front envelope, so that's probably going to be part of this conversation, and whether that's acceptable to the commission. Can we bring-
Extension is next to the. Only with that.
A bit.
Signs and have the bed against the window.
Page.
That's,
Yeah, that section is pretty low.
Mind extending 8 inches or 8 feet further, you're not pushing past. Fence on that front elevation.
So the proposed extension will be behind the existing electric. meters.
or the dormers could be here. Right, okay, good, sort of clear on that. So, okay,
Where you're comfortable right there.
yeah. So I'm not hearing any objections. So. Get some drawings up. Get a plan of the second floor and whatever else Nick needs and get an application.
What do you mean by?
Showing you exactly what you're gonna be doing.
Take it.
Building permit.
The exterior?
Yeah,
Okay.
yep.
We'll send you a letter via email early next week summarizing their feedback. And then it'll have that list of required materials for the submission for the request for action.
Okay.
They had no major issues to make changes to.
Thank you.
Application number 10, COA 2500075. This is also conceptual. Yeah.
Conceptual, least
Yes.
most complex in the.
That is appreciated and educated. And where the ones that are gonna be a long conversation, people don't need to wait around.
Yeah.
To the look. We're here earlier, so I assume they will be before the end of the year. No.
Okay. Item number 11. 759 South Fifth Street. Way 2500109. Acceptable, you need to sweeten that.
Have been. so.
Kathleen, really? All right, we're gonna swear you. in. Raise your right hands, please. Do you promise to, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? State your name.
Brian Marzich.
Applicant. And you,
Both architects and Brian, he's a John student.
very good. Thank you.
This is a conceptual application for making. To construct a one-story. The primary entrance to the addition. To construct one second floor dormer to match the existing size, to match the size of the existing dormer on the opposite side of the roof. And alter the existing dormer to match the appearance of a new dormer as called in the drawings. Staff analysis is the March business meeting, the request of the applicant clarify how much of the roof will be altered to be dormer space, to clarify the measurements of, for the building overhang, and to try to cut through the dormer to understand how the stairs will function. The commission also requested that HBO staff add a new COA from approximately 10 years ago to what was proposed. The only COA on file for this property after the year 2000 was from one in 2020 in regards to a conceptual review of frame addition. So if we are missing one, we can dig through the agenda item as well, before it comes for action.
Okay.
It is possible, it's just not in the time.
Yeah.
This is conceptual, so we recommend the commission offer design feedback that can be utilized by the applicant at a future hearing. And the basis for that staff recommendation, or the basis for the staff recommendation is city code. There was alteration 1 through 5, 9, 10, 11, and 12. The German village guidelines on dormers and skylines 1 through 3. The German 1 through 4.
Tell us how it goes with the guidelines.
And I think that pretty much hits everything.
I am going to read from Anthony's piece. Bear with me. Anthony asked, what is the age of the current rear addition? We think it's sometime around 2000. Someplace in here.
COA is from around 2000, 2001, that would,
Yeah. Certainly before 2005.
yes.
Side-by-side double hung windows on the rear elevation. This is not typical of the village. That's done. Proportions of the windows on the new addition are not compatible with the existing. To match the proportions of the windows in the masonry or in the existing dormer. There's some feeling that that should be aligned. Entry door, the existing front door is likely not the actual historic door, it's overly ornate for the structure. If it is historic, then relocating it to a new location is inappropriate. I do believe that is the original door going back for decades at that location. Replacing the existing entry door in a brick wall is totally inappropriate. Guideline, page 58, recommendation number 7. If an entrance will no longer be used, avoid removing the door, filling in the opening. Leave the door in place and fix it shut. So small sign or some plant materials can be used to indicate that another door is to be used. Always make such alteration work as reversible as possible so doorways can be used again in the future with minimal work. Transom above the door to be taken into consideration. Is it replacing the current existing door appears to be boarded over? Does the original still exist? That's appropriate. For guideline page 61, recommendation number 1. What type of CMU foundation are you proposing? Is it smooth versus rock face versus split face or other? Proposed porch, the column on the proposed porch would be much simpler. The original structure was very simple in design. Probably was a single story primitive village thing when it was built. That addition will likely affect the radiation mitigation system. That needs to be addressed. The southwest corner of the existing brick structure needs to be read. This addition is completely swallowing it up. Talking about where you've got your entry door, probably he's looking at that needs to be further west so that we can read the back brick corner of the existing So I know for a fact that I believe Hugus was Work on the existing frame structure in back. Salvageable, but he maintained of that structure with the addition. Massing wise, it's historic. Construction wise, it's. So taking that into consideration for the guidelines, your addition and that addition needs to be considered as a whole. Not just an addition to an addition. And I make the point comment to me, existing front door should be read as a historic entrance. I agree with Anthony's analysis that your front door, you could go back to right there. Your front door needs to be moved back off the corner of the.
So the existing current addition is pretty much flush with the brick, you know,
Yeah.
on the south wall.
Yeah, and that's
So you
what
want
we-
to just see a little bit of the siding and then turn it out.
Yeah, anything's point I agree with is that corner needs to be red,
Okay.
shouldn't be covering.
Anthony made about the existing door should. Agree with everything he said. I'm not sure that I read that porch column as being too ornate. Which column is the-
Why the addition windows are different. Different proportion from,
1999 edition.
you have the original brick cottage. And then there was, I don't know how old, it was a frame addition on the back. I think it was a little shorter
Oh, so this porch,
for that.
That'd be half
Yeah.
addition.
this current edition is that porch.
Yeah,
I could change that mention, if you want to go back to the front elevation. The proportion, looks like the proposed new roof line. I know that it doesn't match with the existing gable roof, it just kind of. I don't know. Yes, I know you're trying to, match with the former. Like maybe. Otherwise, there can be some opportunity to make it more cohesive with the existing structure.
But we're talking about the new bump out.
Yeah,
The shed,
yeah.
the shed roof, where we have a 312 right now.
go back to the side elevation. Does this house have a slate? Or like a slate roof though?
No, they're shingles.
It's shingles now, okay. That baggy with rear porch and everything. So, instead of pulling that back and that E being red all the way out to the end. So you got a gable that comes down here and lines up with this,
Yeah.
you're covering it all up. I think you gotta figure out, maybe this is maybe pull this back. Maybe this is a flat roof over the front, so you're underneath that even. Then go up around it.
To let our shed just be itself.
Yeah.
not the porch or something.
So the original roof line still carries through. I have no problem with the flat roof in the front.
Just a little nice.
Just pull it back, yeah.
How much, what's the distance to the neighbor?
This elevation we're looking at is actually the south elevation.
okay.
Yeah.
Same thing in public fact, these windows are full, 14 inch. I'll be honest, you'll never see these. Okay.
And on that as well. So those windows are
On the back?
yeah.
Okay, all right, that's good justification. Else? Any questions for us?
Is everybody clear on the extent of the new proposed dormer on the north side? Great. And it's really only in the room to the back, the bedroom that's up there to really just gain some more usability.
It matches and aligns with the one on the other side.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Any thoughts on that? Any
It's
issues?
about the same size and
Well, plan wise, yeah, sorry.
It's actually smaller. We have a plan in the
average. I think one stops about the halfway point, so yours is stopping. In which direction from the rear?
from the front.
So it's set back.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Any plans to keep the existing?
So, well, we won't need to remove two trees that right on the corner where that addition will come out in the rear yard. Then red. And then there's one kind of right across from that tree. That would probably need to go as well.
Is there a rubber fence across Device's side yard?
Yeah, they're,
Okay, and that's coming down.
yeah, toward the back of the house past the entry.
Yeah.
And that would get modified.
And that was part of the garden work that was done. Have extensive garden work done.
I can. Our agenda and minutes archive.
Yeah. Else? Anything else on our side? Right. Thank you.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Thank you. We have number 10.
No, every one of them.
On to item number 12. COAA 2500112, 180 Reinhardt Avenue. Conceptual application.
While this applicant for 12 is getting settled, if you are here to provide public comment on any application, we do ask that you complete a speaker slip, which are located at the end of the table there. So if you are here, not as an applicant or as a representative of an applicant, and you are here to provide comment.
Right? Before the last time.
Perfect. And that'll be helpful to collect the speaker slip.
If everybody right.
But yeah, so they're right there. I mean, you need them for the public record of those. So if you need one, feel free to take one.
Raise your right hands. You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
State your names,
Jesse Garner,
applicant or owner,
applicant.
Myers.
applicant or owner. Thank you. Very good. I appreciate understanding who's coming from what.
Of course.
Nick?
Yes. This is a conceptual application for an exterior building alteration, the new construction for an addition. To construct a one-story, 142 square foot frame addition to the north of the construction. The new one-story addition is to align on the east elevation with the existing two-story addition. with carbon alternate windows and doors. In addition to that, about approximately 2 feet of space between the unattached garage or detached garage. Staff analysis at the March business meeting, the commission requested the applicant clarify current lot coverage, clarify the impact of existing historic chimneys, provide a demolition plan for the connection to the addition, and requested a photo of the garage looking toward the house. Additionally, what is the existing siding material and the measurements for the garage overhang? In response to the business meeting feedback, the applicant provided a document, which is on the front page of your packets, addressing the commission's questions and providing additional design renderings that are also in the packet. This is conceptual, so the recommendation is, of course, to offer design feedback. And the relevant sections of code and guideline are 31611, standards for alteration, 1 through 5, 9 through 11 through 12. Urban village guidelines for additions, 1 through 4, and 5. Navigate.
Thank you. Comments? Yes.
So this project has taken a small turn in the interim between when we submitted information. As we're working with the homeowner, owned the house for about 4 or 5 months now, and only now had some opportunity to kind of get familiar with it. Our real motivation in constructing this addition is to give them where they can have 6, 7, 8 people kind of in the same room together, as I'm sure you're all familiar. The interior rooms are pretty small. What we originally had desired was the largest possible addition without touching the garage, consistent with the guidelines. In the interim time, though, we've spoken with the homeowner and asked them, this garage is, I believe, 14 or 15 years. Were you 15 years ago to request building that in the first place? We are actually kind of wondering if we could get your thoughts on taking that garage down in lieu of making this addition a little bit larger, but reducing some of the variance and other lot coverage requests that we have in mind. So we're kind of coming a little bit late to this, but it's only because the homeowner hasn't been in the home long enough to really appreciate living there. And they realize the garage is so small, it's nearly unusable for parking a vehicle. So I think really what we'd like to ask is, would you give us some input and feedback on a slightly different approach than what our application is suggesting? And our expectation was to hear your feedback and then.
Yes, there would be more green space and that addition would stay in that same, it would not modify the back of the house. It would just bump out 3 or 4 feet more potentially. And yes, that garage was built in 2010. So as my colleague mentioned, it is not historic and
Going to off-street park,
which is
on-street parking, I'm sorry.
correct,
Well-
which is what they currently are doing right now, unfortunately, since that garage is like a 15-point turn almost to get into that garage. It's very, very tight in the interior.
There's currently off-street parking. It's a bit of a legal confusion because it's technically on the property of the neighbor behind them, but they do have a parking pad that's been granted to them sort of through some kind of legal easement. Our expectation is we're actually gonna make that off-street parking pad larger. I don't know that it'll ever accommodate 2 cars, but at least will accommodate 1 car comfortably, make that rear yard feel a little bit larger. And as it is right now, that garage is for anything other than a studio,
I think as long as we can document that it's not historic or contributing. For discussion.
Yeah, it's total new construction as of the beginning.
Feedback for the addition as proposed. I know that the modified renderings show a better, all 4 elevations of that. The garage is shown transparent, just to kind of give you a better view of that addition. Do you have any feedback on that?
Should we go to demolition plan? Getting rid of the garage may solve what I'm gonna bring up to you.
Okay.
When the addition, not sure which corner it is.
Right.
So.
The right,
Frame.
the right.
Right frame without the hatch.
Go to the.
If you go up one more. So those walls that aren't showing a hatch are non-masonry and that's.
Yeah. So I don't know when that addition was done, but that's significant demolition of an existing historic building wall
Mhm.
to get that in.
Correct.
I cannot support the amount of demolition you're doing to do your addition.
Got it.
I just can't. That's just my opinion. I can't. If you want to do something, get rid of the garage and build the space you need out beyond that.
Are you saying of the frames or? of
The
the
masonry.
Yeah, so you're referring to where the two windows in the north
Yep.
wall are
Yep.
and,
Even if we retain the second story above that.
Nope. Way too much historic structure getting wiped out. It can never be replaced. And that's part of our guidelines.
Understand
Is that-
Yeah.
We don't allow demolition that can't be fixed.
And that addition, the framed and shown array is even, it's servient in at least the plan and allows for the two corners on
Yeah.
either side to breathe.
Right.
So there was careful consideration, at least with that addition, in terms of the now existing exterior walls. Right. And removing all of that historic fabric, I can't agree with, but using frame that's away out.
if we can work out a plan where the masonry is retained, would you be favorable towards a larger addition, maybe stealing a little bit more of that rear yard?
That's,
So I think that,
yeah, that's lot coverage.
I think that could work. And this lot is just very unusual in the way it was subdivided. And as I mentioned, what does or doesn't pertain to this particular lot. But if we could push a little bit further with the new addition, I think it's very reasonable to retain the masonry walls. Can I ask this, would it be possible to take one of those windows and just open it down to make a passage?
We have allowed that.
And those two, as mentioned, are not historic. Those were added.
Yeah, the windows themselves.
Yes. Would you be potentially in favor of an opening from, sorry if I don't know if I'm allowed to do this, but from here to there, would that be, no, okay, that's too much. Too much. Okay.
And maybe one final question. Our proposal thus far has been to retain that what's marked original door transom. See, we have it marked existing to remain.
Yep.
Again, if that stays, maybe even the door stays in the jam and everything like that. I'm not sure if it is actually original. Is that,
The far left, yes, is
Yeah.
original.
can we encapsulate that? I'm just looking for our broadest parameters when we go back to our client to approach.
I mean, you can close the door and leave it in place
Mhm.
and put some kind of finish on the back of it.
Yeah,
I mean,
Sure.
Reuse it, the interior.
yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Could that be part of an interior structure? We just take the full width of the building, but again, retain the masonry, even retain the.
I would say in following the guidelines, inset it, so you're exposing those corners.
Yeah,
But,
yeah, I appreciate what you're saying. That's just tasteful architecture.
yeah.
I was going down a different.
So the reason for this is to have every. I know it's too small. to see.
Reason for this was to give them a large gathering area where they could have a larger group of people because I understand the historic nature of how these floor plans were cut up. That foyer is excessively large. It's also beautiful. Nobody wants to touch it. The handrail, it's really lovely, but it also steals a substantial percentage of the first floor plan. So we're trying to find a way to retain the interior floor plan untouched and just give them a larger.
There's no living.
There is, it's just right here,
There's a
It's
living room.
about
We're not showing
a
it on the
little
plan.
smaller than the dining room. Yeah, it's right here.
It would be very squishy. It would be very squishy.
There's also a fireplace in here that we're not depicting, so, which protrudes into the room, so. The next iteration, we'll have a little more developed plan to iterate
Great.
through those things.
Anything else from our side of the table?
Exterior finish, we're anticipating staying with the lap siding that's on the current, I'm gonna call it new addition that
Yeah.
forms that corner. Does that seem very reasonable?
Not seeing any no's.
Helpful.
And we were trying to take, I hesitate to use the word, but a slightly more contemporary approach to the glass in the back. Not modern, but just some larger glass openings. Is that reasonable? Are there limitations we should have in mind? as we plan
That,
that
that
out?
has been a consideration.
Help me understand that. Larger glass is desirable, not desirable. What,
Depending on how much larger glass and how visible from the street.
Yeah.
You're on a corner, I think?
It's an alley.
there's a
Yeah, so that's part of the consideration.
non-municipal alley.
Yeah, we've got some back of houses that are very modern,
Mhm.
but they're not visible from anywhere.
Yeah,
Especially if you're considering maybe placing the garage, right, something that you can add some screening, right, with the, from the.
Yeah,
yeah. Not modern by any stretch. Our homeowner really wants us to stay reasonably in conformity to the existing architecture. But we're just looking to get as much light in as possible.
yep, get it.
I appreciate your feedback.
Thank you.
Actually, sorry, one more question. Does the board have a preference on whether or not that is a flat roof or a hip roof, or is that something that is there?
Propose what you think is appropriate.
Okay.
Flat roofs acceptable if they're not in general view of the street.
Yep.
We have recommendations at the end of the guidelines for additions.
Okay, I'll do those. Yeah.
Come up. You guys are
Who's
awesome.
here?
Thank you. Sometimes you just have to like process.
Yeah.
That stair that descends toward that, between the powder room, but towards the rear of the house, that's original. Is it possible to eliminate that stair?
We have no authority on it.
We really are trying to be, tasteful and appreciate the historic nature of these homes, but also some things are unduly clumsy.
Yep, we look differently than when it was up.
Yeah.
Yep, thank you. We have 10.
Is, and we can hear the commission at the beginning of that review, at the beginning, but before we turn to public comments, we'll review the public forum requirements on the agenda for these attendees and go over that, just, and then we will be timing public comments because they are limited to 3 minutes.
Right, but
Not here, they were here earlier, so I don't know if they're coming back, but if you wanted to return to them at the end, if they're still not here.
yeah, we can. Yeah. Okay. All right, let's take a 10-minute break and resume at 6:40. because I think we're gonna cover it all. I'll post it.
Yes, I'll take them all. Is anyone else here with comments that you would like to make on the record for the commission? Okay, perfect.
Starts at 20.
We're on a brief recess until 6:40. Of course, yeah. We'll ask again. Did you all have one? Step out in the hall and call.
I know. I've learned not to do that.
Good.
That's our man, that's wording.
Yeah. Routine.
Probably. Various reasons. Fast food. Like my tooth, the end of the line out of the white. But you don't. Something. Application number 13 on the agenda, COA 2500131, 247, 257 East Livingston Avenue, and this is conceptual review. Raise your right hands, please. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth,
I do, yes.
and your names,
Kareem Amber,
applicant or owner?
owner.
Thank you.
This is a conceptual application for demolition and new construction. It is to demolish the existing brick office building at 251 East Livingston Avenue. Noting there is a COA for construction in 1981, and all of the alterations were made between 1981 and 1984 to that structure. It's also to construct a new 4-story apartment building with 96 proposed units. Structure is to wrap without connection around the existing historic structures on Livingston, with 47 parking spaces and 4th floor balconies and amenity spaces. Staff analysis, the following is from the now approved February 2025 senior minutes. Commissioner comment. The commission confirmed that per city code A.10.040, applicability of Title 31 under the Title 34 zoning code. The commission retains their authority to review proposals for demolition of existing structures located in their respective jurisdictions. Design features regarding building scale and design elements, including building height and setback, are subject to the application of council adopted design guidelines outlined in Title 31. And Title 31 is that section 3116 of the city code. The German Village guidelines and council adopted design guidelines for Title 31 and remain in effect for all properties in the German Village Historic District. The height of the proposed complex is concerned from the commissioners. Commissioners noted that 10 or few properties are 3 stories or above, and only 3 are taller than 3 stories. A building of more significant size and height is not something to district's historic characteristics. Some commissioners expressed concern for the appearance of the structure on the blank plan. The commission requested additional documentation of the age and condition of the structure proposed for demolition, questioning how much of the original structure remains. And staff would coordinate a site visit that has been completed. At the March business meeting, the commission requested the applicant provide a synopsis of what has changed with a proposal after the last review of the application to verify all setback dimensions and widths of blenders. The applicant did provide a new set of drawings, photos, and materials. HBO staff and 5 of the commissioners visited the site on February 25th and 26th. Photos taken from that site visit are now included in the additional materials. Separate document from the applicant submitted packet that was available on box for you all to see. These materials do include from the front elevation. After the site visit, HBO staff have concluded that the rear sections of the historic of the existing structure at 251 East Livingston do include the original historic structure. The original structure would have been constructed around 1914 and existed as the Victor. Also opened as an auction house in the 1970s before undergoing the office renovations in 1984 that brought the structure to its existing configuration. There is evidence of changes to the height and or roof line and roof alterations on the existing structure though. Additionally, the entire front facade would have been constructed in 1984, as the historic front of the structure would have extended to the right-of-way on Livingston. Given the appearance on the side elevations, it is more than likely the front quarter or so was demolished with a new front elevation constructed, and the rest of the structure remained with other alterations. We do know those other alterations include large commercial windows in the side elevations of the structure.
And openings on the side.
And openings and sidewalls, yes. HBO staff recommend the commission make their final determination on the demolition of the 251 East Livingston building would be supported and to be voted on at a later hearing, along with the plans for the final new construction. Importantly, HBO staff do note the commission had concluded the building could be demolished and reviewed in 2018 during conceptual review. However, at that time, the alterations to the front elevation would not have yet been 40 years old. Now the front elevation is dated at 41 years old and could be considered a contributing historic structure per city code, which does require buildings to be 40 years of age. Value of the structure in detail during this review cycle. The HBO staff, the city attorney's office, and the Department of Development that the German Village Commission retains full authority Review all exterior alterations and new construction in the German Village Historic District as outlined in the city code and the German Village guidelines. City Code 31612A, building height, width, mass, and proportion affect the degree of compatibility between the old and new. And C, 31612C, height as views from the street shall be compatible with adjacent contributing. Given this conclusion, HBO staff recommend the commission focus their conversation for the design on a proposed height and setbacks are compatible with neighboring structures as outlined in city code. Finally, HBO staff would recommend that, assuming all the other things are discussed, that the commission, the applicant, discuss possible exterior cladding materials for the structure during this conceptual review to identify the potential topics of conversation for a future hearing. Noting that all exterior cladding materials, including windows and doors, are subject to the review and approval of the German Village Commission prior to the issuance of the certificate. The building materials is required in the request for action. Noting this is conceptual and there is no action required, the staff recommends the commission offer design feedback that can be utilized by the applicant to further refine proposal for review at a future. The basis for these recommendations are Title 34 of the zoning code, A.10.040 applicable in Title 31, City Code 31612, standards for new construction, A through Code 31613 or 31613, standards for site improvement, standards for demolition, and that is all for tonight.
Good evening, folks. My name is Kareem Amer. I'm with the ownership group Mershad Development. With me here today is my team, George Berardi of Berardi Plus, our design strategists and architects on site. I also have other folks from the ownership group as well as our legal team here today. I'd just like to start out by saying a lot has changed and happened since the last conceptual review. What we were hoping to go through today is present the site under a little bit of new light, given all of the clarifications and things that happened. And certainly with folks in the audience, we want to tell the story of our site as well. And then we can obviously hopefully talk about the demolition component and the site visits. And then George will also highlight some key design narratives and some of the changes we got at the last hearing, if that's acceptable with the board.
Absolutely.
Ryan, can you start at the first slide?
Can everybody speak up a little bit? I'm sorry, I'm hard of hearing, so I don't know about anybody else, but it's hard to hear.
Okay, we'll talk louder. That work?
That works. Thank you.
So again, a lot happened since the last conceptual review. We even got a glimpse at a board member climbing a rackety ladder, and that was gave us all a little bit of heartburn there. Almost gave me a heart attack. But really, since then, I think one of the key revelations we had was regarding Title 31 and 34, and we would like to spend some time talking about the prevailing, we'll call it source code, and what's truly applicable here and more prevalent. Okay. If you could go to the next slide. Just to orient folks who may have not been at the last review, our site is along Livingston between Dixon Alley, Leichner Street, and South 6th Street. It encompasses essentially that whole block, except for one small property at the northwest portion of the site. What we're proposing is to retain the historical buildings along Livingston, have a discussion about the demolition of the office building that exists there today. Then, as well as that, we're proposing 96 units. That does right now accommodate for 47 parking spaces as well. We've done a lot of due diligence to get to this point. We've spoken with the City of Columbus preliminary site compliance, the planners of the city, the zoning board of the city, and we've submitted a set of plans that have reviewed everything from traffic to parking and variances and so forth. We are in compliance with parking. We passed a parking study that was issued by the city of Columbus, and we didn't trigger the need for a traffic study as well. So a lot of foresight has gone into this before we even got to this point. If you don't mind. So this page is really just our interpretation of the last conceptual review. We don't mean to put words in anybody's mouth, but it's sort of our unapproved minutes, if you will, of how we interpreted the feedback we got. Really, the key points we talked about were the demolition, Title 31 and 34, and of the minimal design feedback we did get, we did spend a lot of time considering that and implementing it on resubmission. One more, please. So I would like to spend a bit of time talking about the underlying zoning, Title 31, and really what are the applicable guidelines here. I think one of the biggest clarifications we got is pretty unilateral from HPO, the city attorney's office, and the Department of Development, that Title 31 is the prevalent code here. And we're certainly not here to refute that. But I don't think it would be fair to completely toss away the underlying zoning code. We think it's certainly worth discussing and being a part of the conversation. One thing I do want to talk about is why. Why did this new zoning code happen here at this key corridor? And the reason why, folks, is our city is going through really an existential crisis, a housing crisis. This new zoning code isn't, planning suggestion or initiative. Our city is going through unprecedented growth, and there's been a unilateral agreement between the mayor, city council, planning department, all the departments that evaluate the growth of our city. And they've come out and said, if we don't address this housing crisis, we could turn away a lot of growth and end up being a city that isn't growing. To zoom out, if you take out Columbus out of the Ohio demographics, Ohio is losing population. It really is. Columbus is only the only city really growing here. That's really the key initiative that the various departments, and again, the top-down administration is calling for here. You look at the new zoning code as well on the site, and various colors represent different zoning districts. What our excellent planning department at the city of Columbus has done is they have gone parcel by parcel along this corridor and along other key corridors, and they've taken into account the sensibility of the area. So you look at this light blue designation that we have, that is the UGN1 district. It allows for a 4-story maximum, and it requires you to recess the 4-story, push that 4-story back from the frontage. And then you look at what they pushed out the density more towards High Street, more towards Parsons, where you see the urban core and the urban center districts. So, again, I think we want to spend most of our time talking about Title 31 and German Village guidelines, but I would like to give homage to the new zoning code that's here today and explain how it was really considered that this site has sensitivity. That's really how one of our design influences occurred. I'd like to talk now probably about the more prevalent code, which is Title 31, as well as the German Village guidelines. Noting that the zoning code is now not the most prevalent source code here, we spent a lot of time going through, well, what are the applicable standards here? What do the German Village guidelines say about a site like this? And Title 31, which is the standards for new construction. And there are a very small amount of excerpts around new commercial development in German Village. In fact, of the 198 pages of the German Village guidelines, there's really only half a page strictly about new commercial development. And I think the one thing we're asking here, folks, is to evaluate this site from a different lens, what you may be used to month over month with the applications you typically see. We're not asking for special treatment, but let's revisit the German Village guidelines, which touch on commercial development. Because I'm sure you're used to, and as we've been involved in these various hearings, a lot of single-family alterations, additions, garages, and there's really a whole new set of rhetoric that's applicable to this. A couple quotes I would like to read that I think will really dictate how this conversation goes in conjunction with our design and the applicable guidelines. Start a little bit general and then get more specific. In the zoning section of the German Village Guidelines, it says, one of the greatest challenges facing the village today is how to integrate commercial development sensitively into certain areas. Buildings, residential and commercial, page 102. The design of new buildings in a historic district is extremely challenging, and I'll agree with that. The goal is to create compatible yet contemporary designs. On that same page, new buildings, residential, commercial. The design of a new building can be divided into 3 elements: massing, material, and details. Design a new structure that's compatible within a historic neighborhood. One must generally vary from the historic contents in one of those elements. Varying 2 of those elements is occasionally acceptable. So a big part of what we're talking about is certainly mass. And massing, materials, and details are the 3 elements, guidelines of new construction. But the guidelines do, I won't say encourage, but allow for 2 of those elements to stray when we're talking about new construction, contemporary design. Another quote that's really relevant to this situation in the German Village Guidelines. The first sentence is probably the most important, but it's under commercial buildings, page 14. Frequently larger than neighboring residential structures, commercial buildings have features such as upper floor one-over windows with stone sills and carved lintels that integrate into residential streetscape. Again, there's the first part. Frequently larger than neighboring residential. There is acknowledgement that commercial buildings within the German village typically have a bit more of a height advantage with residential structures adjacent to them. The last quote I'll say, and thank you for bearing with me, is about lot coverage and green space, page 105. Although the building pattern in German Village is generally very dense, the historic plan of the neighborhood included some green or open yard space on most lots. Exceptions to this plan occur in German Village, mostly with commercial buildings, which may take up the entire lot, leaving only a small service area in the rear. These buildings are typically located along commercial streets and commercial nodes. And the point I'm getting at, folks, is, I really don't mean to tell you guys your own code, but like I mentioned, if we could at least be in alignment that there's a new set of standards here than a lot of your previous applications, get on the same page of what exists in the German Village Guidelines for a site like this. The site is also extremely unique in the sense that there's a very likely chance that a site like this will not happen again. There aren't very many assemblages, commercial corridor assemblages that are owned by one property owner that don't have very prevalent historic structures on them. So those are really and we just want to make sure that we're all on the same page of the prevalent guidelines actually. One last thing I'll point out here. Well, actually, we go to the next slide, please. So this is a bit more of a zoomed in exhibit of the zoning, but more importantly, the height districts here. So behind us on East Blankner is a height district of 35 feet. You'll look a height district of 35 feet, the maximum you can break this. Look across the street from us on Livingston. The height district there, the nationwide property, 200 feet. They have a height limit of 200 feet. And we'll all, I think, can be aware of the expansiveness of Nationwide. They're building an 8-story tower right down the street as we speak. And if we know one thing about Nationwide parking lots is they don't stay parking lots for very long. So we're a bit caught in the middle, but we're certainly not asking for any sort of blend or average between that. We're asking for today, folks, a 45-story building along. Oh, sorry. Thinking of nationwide, they might do 45 stories. A 45-foot building, height, 45-foot building here. That is really only 1 story, 10 feet higher than the residential district below us. So when we think about seeing new construction here, it's really easy to get carried away and think we're building something that's towering over the area. You look at the new development coming in Columbus, 4 stories by all means is low to medium density. The majority of new applications being proposed, other even sensitive areas, Italian Village, Victorian Village, those are 6 to 10 stories. Title 31 gives 3 commissions jurisdictional authority over the new zoning code. That's Italian Village, Victorian Village, and German Village. Both Italian and Victorian Village have welcomed quite a bit of density along 4th Street corridor, along High Street, Pearl Alley. They are building and, accepting density upwards again of 12 stories. I think the goal with this project, folks, is how can we, as longstanding property owners, members of the community, and commissioners, contribute to solving this crisis, but in a manner that is palatable to German Village. I think with what we're proposing, 4 stories is appropriate, and allows us to be part of the solution here. You can keep going. Again, this is the new zoning code. We will just have it in this presentation in case we want to touch on it, but I think it is worthy of conversation and having some influence. But we certainly want to keep our conversations going on how the German Village guidelines are the most prevalent influence of design here. One more. So we'll hone in on the site just a little bit more. What we're proposing is the buildings in green be preserved. Those are what we interpret to be historic structures. We certainly want to keep those. What we're now evaluating for a new construction is really predominantly, folks, existing parking lot and what exists today as a B-class office. We want to build around those historic structures, preserve them, but still take a parking lot and provide more use to that, something that could be a bit more of an amenity to the community. So this is a great exhibit about walkability and how close this site is to transportation as well. This site is quite possibly one of the most better suited sites for walkability and access. There's 3 bus lines along Livingston. There's a bus stop right in front of the site. There's a bike lane in front of the site. And within 5, 10, 20-minute walk, you are able to access some of the top employers, certainly downtown Columbus. But the point is, when we think about traffic and parking, if there's ever a time for a walkable site, we really think this is the one. But we know parking can always be a contentious issue. And we are compliant with the code and have performed that parking study. But as an added measure of assurance, there is, of course, parking passes within German Village. So the streets of German Village won't be overloaded per se for our residents. But one thing we do also want to talk about is who are the folks that will be living. Here are the folks we plan to capture. And from our market research, we really are interpreting this as folks who are already interfacing around German Village. These are what? Interfacing, interacting throughout German Village. These are the people saving lives across the street at Nationwide who are getting lunch at Club 185. These are also in our research, we're finding the young professionals who typically come back and rent in these new communities they're folks who've already grown up in German Village. They want to come back. They want to come back to these areas and rent somewhere close to home, but not be living with their parents anymore. So we really strongly believe that, we're not capturing folks from strangers from faraway lands. These are people that are eating lunch next to you guys already. And we certainly would research it. If anyone want to see that? So one more, please. So this is survey, and the reason it's important is as we begin to talk about the existing structure that we'd like to demolish, the office building, a key part to show here is Blankner. There's a very strong story to tell about Blankner Street. If anyone travels there today, drives through it, it's a very uncomfortable and unsafe driving condition. The building that we're proposing to demolish encroaches onto the alley by upwards of 2 feet. So where you're already extremely tight, you now have a building that it shouldn't be encroaching. It's into the right of way, the city property, and it's creating a condition that's very difficult and hard for people to maneuver. One more as well. Alarms. So again, this office building that exists today is what we are proposing to demolish, and we'll start getting into existing conditions. One more, please. So for folks who may not have seen Blankner Street recently, we really want to highlight here how it exists today. So, picture 5, 7, you can scroll down even a little bit more. At the bottom right there, 11. It's an alley that's not in very good condition. It's very tight. We reached out to some of our neighbors there who own property on Blankner, and they complain about crime quite a bit. And they'll talk about that here today. There is a very unsafe condition in terms of circulation, and in terms of being walkable. Certainly not an amenity. And what we want to show today is we are taking some steps to buy Blankner Street. At the bottom right image, you'll really find that tightness, that choke point, and that's with that building that exists there today. One more down. So you look on the inside of the office building, everyone was able to do a site visit. With the drop ceilings and a lot of the renovations, I don't want to speak on anyone's behalf, but it may have been difficult to find anything prevalent there that would be contributing amenity to outward community. So, and here's just another depiction of how this structure is really pushing into Blankner as well. Part of the staff report did show that the Historic Preservation Office visited the site as part of the site visit, and they determined there were some original components at the rear of the site. I think we spent some time looking at.
Can you speak up, please? You're talking that way. We're over here. Can't hear you.
Okay. Not a problem. Site visits occurred. The Historic Preservation Office, a separate department in Columbus, also performed site visits. What they deemed was at the rear of the property, there were parts of the original structure. Now, as we mentioned, those parts of the original structure, in a way, they live in sin, so to speak, today. They're in the right of way, they're encroaching, and we'd love to have the conversation of if that's truly an amenity to the public as what this new condition would be proposed.
Oh, this encroaching. I'm
Welcome to it.
I can't hear him.
Well,
He's talking that way and then he's raising.
yeah, I understand.
Should I be speaking louder?
Yes,
Okay.
as long as you possibly can, without
Okay. Let me try to get a drink of water.
Good, excellent. Thank you. Much appreciated.
Yeah. So, at this point, I'll likely be passing it off to George, our head lead of design. And he's really going to highlight some of these conditions that we think were really improving and telling the story of Blankner. You can actually go just one more, then I'll hand it off to George. Right, one more. So this is aerial site plan, if you will. Starting with Blankner, what we're required to do is a 10-foot rear yard setback. So you're not supposed to put a building within 10 feet of Blankner Street. We took that and added 4 feet to that. And the reason we did that is to add a significant amount of screening, landscaping, and quite a bit of trees. The goal there with Blankner Street is really to make it a walkable, inviting environment, to really connect Dixon Alley and South 6th Street. You also notice from here, indents in the 4th story. So where you see on Livingston and even Blankner, the 4th story, which would be, considered the highest point, is really recessed back from the street view. So George has prepared what are called sightlines, meaning if you are on any of these streets looking up at the building, you won't notice the 4th story. And the goal there, and this was done by the planning department and the zoning, is really to reduce that impact of height. And the goal really also with the materials we've chosen is to blend that 4th story into the skyline and really make it read as a 3-story building. So along the frontages, it is predominantly 3 stories. And where you see the 3 stories as well, they're about equal to the ridge line of the neighboring properties. So those are just a few design components I'll touch on. I'm sure George can articulate it much better than I can, but those are some really key components we wanted to emphasize. There's been a significant amount of thought here as to how we can reduce the visual impact and make this really not just only an amenity for residents, but to improve areas, improve Blankner Street and add to some not so great existing conditions. And I will pass up.
You don't know where to start, Rosalie, so. Tells the story in terms of setbacks, which goes to the building height, which is one of the component problem areas that we have to solve. For us, however, is to become really collaborative with the commission. I don't want to sit here and pontificate, tell you what we're going to do. I would like to do that, but I also want to live within the guidelines of German Village. We have a separate instrument that was provided to us yesterday from the Department of Development that we have to live by, and we acknowledge that. One of the most important things for me, however, is going back to the beginning of this conversation. We're talking about nationwide. It's wonderful, but we strictly focus on German Village and German Village guidelines. What we have to deal with here in terms of those guidelines. That, Kareem summarized them really pretty well. There are 3 major areas, the massing piece that we've talked about. I'm just going to read them just to make it. The guidelines indicate that we should complement the non-mimic existing building. I think we've accomplished it. The guidelines indicate that one should generally vary from historic context, elements, massing, materials, etc. Major players nationally in historic preservation for the National Park Service. So we understand all these conditions that we have to meet. Finally, one other comment that is part of the guidelines is that indicated that we should maintain a contemporary rather than an exact replica. Yeah, we are. We're trying to be contemporary where we can on Livingston Avenue, but at the same time, we're trying to honor really the architecture more available that's visible in German Village. The gables, and by that I'm talking about, Rosalie, I'm talking about, what happens along Blank. Not only pull the building property, by 14. Brought in gable elements, we brought in, as you know, there are many buildings in German Village that are, while they're all brick, they may be 3 units, 4 units, flat top, as you see. So we try to introduce some of the existing fabric that's in German Village and surrounding areas into the back of Blanford. And by pulling it back 14 feet really helps us.
Appreciate that. Is it from the middle of the alley, the 14 feet?
No, it's from our property line.
Is it from the
It's
property
from the
line?
property line.
Okay, that's what I.
No, it's from the property line, which brings in the question in terms of, you know, the demolition building, and the building that has to be demolished. Again, as a historian, I can tell you right now that we don't let the tail, or the Secretary of the Interior doesn't tell us that we have to let the tail wag the dog. So because we have one element that projects illegally into the alley, as an encroachment into the alley, that doesn't tell us Secretary of the Interior says, you don't need to keep much more than you're trying to accomplish here. So that one element should not be the driving force in terms of, you know, holding on to something that we can go ahead and cobble together and make it a part of the building. It's been done before. It's ugliness that you can think of. I mean, to try to integrate. And by the way, it encroaches into the alley. Why do I want to do that? The alley has enough of a problem to begin with. I mean, pulling everything back, and I think Marie summarized it as well as anybody could, really, in 14 feet, not only places our building farther back, but it really gives us an opportunity to create some screening via landscaping, soft landscaping that's for our parking that's inside the property. So all of a sudden you have a soft edge away from an encroachment. You also have, if you look at the surveys, I'm saying very much, you have a couple of areas here where several of the units on the south edge of Blackman also encroach. We don't need to deal.
We have encroachments all over.
Yeah, that's my
That's
point.
what I-
Yeah, I've had encroachments in
Yeah,
German
that's not up.
for as long as. What we're trying to do is we're trying to mitigate some of these. And forgetting that for a moment, you know, what we want to really stress here is we want to look at guidelines. What are the guidelines telling? Okay, massive. We try to make an effort, and maybe an effort isn't. I think it is. I'm blanking in terms of bringing in architecture that really starts to play on some of the architecture. It's in German. I think it does. No argument with anybody about that. One of the other things is materiality. As an example, you know, I read this document from DOD. It talks about if it's brick, it's got to be brick. Siding, siding. Well, you know what? I don't know how many homes I've done in German Village, but I had brick and siding in every one of them. This body of food, and it's the same thing. Combination of materials and how we use them. The massing is the one thing. There's a house on 1042 Yeager Street. You know, wanted to go ahead and make it all brick as an addition on the right side on the south end. Not a siding. It's the same mass. My point is we can combine materials effectively. What you have by this there's a combination of brick material and siding material. Now, I'm not going to tell you what siding materials we're going to use. That's for future discussion. We're a little bit down the road with that one. We're a little bit down the road with fenestration, although I can tell you that that elevation will have fenestration that matches modular window details that are all over German buildings. We're not going to bring in a contemporary at elevation. We're going to bring in a brick in that elevation that is really common to what you see in German buildings. We're going to bring a side, and instead of making it brown, tan, maybe we'll make it black as it shows here. But the more important about this elevation is, and even the front elevation, where we've come in with brick and some siding materials, is that, you know, we've tried to make some modular elements that seem to fit. And I say seem because I don't want to overstep my boundaries here by suggesting that I know all. You guys are, that's why I'm saying. We made an effort. I mean, you know, if you make it a foot wider, it might be better. And I'll agree with you. You know, I'll argue with you. You know, but the point is that that's the whole collaboration that, you know, we should be, you know, thinking about. You know, Title 31 is one thing, great. But really, Title 34, that's wonderful that the city made this gesture to finally change. zoning to really help us do larger buildings, really bring in, we don't want to get into, the housing crisis or whatever, the case. The whole point is that, we have opportunity to do some things that are a little bit different in this city, as we do in other cities, everywhere that we. The idea here is that, we want to collaborate, we want to go ahead and take your cues as much as, we're presenting what our thoughts are in terms of how we would develop something. But we want to take your cues in terms of, what are some of your ideas that can make this better? Now, again, one of the things is building height that we talked about ad infinitum. And really at 30 feet, by stepping back as we do, code section zoning, so what is it, 3309.142, allows you district changes in terms of height limitation. And by that, it means that you can step back a foot horizon. Now it's a fourth story. So the fourth story isn't a blaring issue that Title 34 allows you. And I know that what Kareem said earlier, that Title 34, talks about 4 stories with the top story set back. No, it doesn't have to be, and I don't mean to correct you here, but it doesn't have to be that way. It can be a straight up shot. And there's going to be another building a couple blocks down the road from this building that is going to be that straight shot. And it's going to be 65 feet. But what we're doing is we're taking a different look at it from the perspective of understanding that, we don't want to impact where we can, let's see, where we can use good design sense to still achieve the goals of the development team, which is really provide housing. About 6 years ago, I met with folks at Nationwide Hospital when we first started talking about this project. I think I mentioned it to those of you that were on this body at that time, and they're all excited about the fact that, we can make, arrangements for some of their incoming interns to provide housing right now. They can walk there. They can walk to Grant. They don't have to go to Nationwide. Well, Nationwide, they can actually walk across the street at this point. But again, forget all of what they're doing. We're only trying to solve a problem for ourselves. And I think by street level, and it does well. Now, image on the slide, and I don't know what image it is, but it shows an elevation or shows some sections. It shows sight lines. If you can bring that up, I don't know what number it is, but it's a nice one too. Look at that.
Pipelines were higher.
Yeah, but anyway, just to go on to that, one of the other things that I want to summarize, when we're done with this little piece, my little diatribe here.
What was that last show that was all white?
That was the facing 6. That's a siding material. Does it have to be white? No. We can talk about it. That's my point. So that's the whole collaboration that we want to stress here, is that we're interested in, nothing else. We don't want to have arguments about anything. We want to say, okay, George, do it this way.
I don't think anybody's here arguing.
Oh, no. Well, it's a matter.
Got a lot of upper level things to talk about.
It's a matter of conversation. I'm a foreigner, you know that. So I mean, I read language.
Come on, George.
Come on, George.
I don't always use the right word. I know the difference between bring and take. It's been 70 years.
All right, let George carry on.
Oh, well, let me go on here for a few more minutes. But what I wanted to do was, this image, and actually I have a different one. Page. I know that I can't give it to you, but it really shows the step back and the setback. I can leave it if you want. I can resend it, if you will. I have a thumb drive here. If you want to plug it in now to look at it. I know that we're not allowed to do that, and all the other commissions.
We'll have further conversations that you can bring up.
Yeah, but basically this thing right here shows what the sight line is I'm standing across the street on Livingston Avenue on the north side. I can't see the 4th story. I'm standing Livingston Avenue at the south edge, and I definitely can't see the 4th. standing on Blankner, even though we're pushing the building back by 14 feet, I'm standing on the south, one of Sam's properties, I can't see the top edge. How you treat things is what we're interested in. We really don't want to get into the issue of you can't do 4 stories because there's a way to do 4 stories. And again, section 3309.142 tells you that you can do this. It's part of, and it's part of the new code and it's part of the old code too. And it was part of the old code written exactly the same way when we came here, 5-6 years ago, with the same thing, where we had demonstrated, some similar details about stepping the top building back. At one point, I think you might remember, we were at 5 stories. Anyway, so the point is that massing, the whole notion of some of the things that I read earlier, don't mimic. Well, I think that the south edge wants us to mimic some of the architecture that's local. It's common to the, and I don't mean just German village, I mean the South Columbus community at large. When you see these buildings with gables, now, are those 2 gables that are in the middle, does someone here feel that they're too narrow? Maybe they're too narrow. I can make them wider. So those are all the things that we want to work with. We want to work with things to really come up with the final solution so that we can move forward. And we recognize, by the way, that this is my comment where I was going to talk about how unique this site is to the city, but especially to German Village. There isn't anything like this. You take a look from South 3rd Street all the way to South Grant, it's 80% commercial at grade level. You go to the 185, every occupancy along Livingston Avenue is, most of them, around 80% of the occupancy at grade level on Livingston Avenue from 3rd Street. Grant is commercial at grade level. You have some that have residential on top. The 185 is a perfect example. The building that we did next door above the restaurant where Ricky lives. Yeah, he lives there. There's a restaurant below. So, it's a combination, but the largest part is that it's commercial environment. And really, when you take a look at TND, traditional neighborhood development, this is really the buffer zone to a true residential area, which is what we have with a balance of German Village. Really, it's a good striking balance. Now, all that said, I think that, maybe I've struck a positive chord for everyone. We want to continue in how much we want to work with everybody to arrive at a final solution. Materiality, color, windows, and all these other matters that, were addressed. No, hold on a second. From the last, and I'll read them now, just to get it over with. But, the point is that at the last hearing on February, was it 5th, I think it was, staff came back to my office. I was out of town, but they completed a detailed one who said, what we should be doing, what we should be looking at. And I provided an answer. Part of the answer at the time was for me to generate this addendum to this file. But I just copied again to discuss further. So what did we do? We provided, I think that you provided the synopsis of all the things that we've done, traffic studies, everything else. There were a couple of them here that didn't pick up on. We've talked about building height and what we can do there. So we can put that on the side. Let's see, number 2, siding criteria. Again, combinations of siding, whatever proportions that we want to have, whether it's siding material, the type of siding that it is, the color, the combination of materiality in terms of brick. Now, I will say that on the front elevation, I had the crazy idea not only of making the major elements that face Livingston out of brick. Originally, my wife and our ownership entity said, why don't you try red brick, which is what we did thinking of. So we did, and I really loved the building the way it came out. And that is not about, me batting up on the back, doing that. That was, well, we were collaboratively too. So that's one thing that we want to look at. But one of the things that I did, and I still like to see is that front, one of the renderings, it shows the front elevation. Maybe it's that front cover. It's pretty well, really. My point is that we're identifying several areas that are entrance points to units into those buildings. And what it does is that I'd like to see those made out of some stone, some synthetic material other than brick. Anyway, that's just something that, we'll have to, really deal with later on. Just as in an effort, that's not it, but,
The interior courtyard was one comment.
well, I'm getting to that. I'm sorry, I forgot my other glasses. But great portions, they're intended to be a stone material. I'd like to see a combination of materials rather than just solid brick. It's a contemporary building. We're trying to be a little different. Why not throw in a different material, use a different material to really express ourselves a little differently? Sure, why not? It's an open book, really, especially with, with your insight and input. What I try to do. And again, here you're looking at I think it is in these two elements, the two new elements out front. Brick siding material. So that's the one criteria we talked about here. Now we talk about lot coverage, which was one of the items that was brought up by, I think it was Commissioner Hartke brought that. And, according to Title 34, it says we can't exceed 80%, 71%. So we're okay then. I think all of these things, we've really made it work to where we've squeezed and tightened and put our girdle on. Remember those things? Tighten that thing up to where it really works. Opaque. 40% calculated, 40% is the requirement. We're calculating at least 41% in transparency. That's fenestration. In the front, it's a little bit more critical only because we're taking more of a contemporary look at these elevations, where as a Blankner in the elevation that you pointed out with the white that faces 6th Street, there we want to probably try to use modular windows that are common to German Village. That's opaqueness. Site acreage. And effects on the remaining sites. I mean, the entire site is largely defined by commercial uses during the last 50 years. That's all I. Not just this site, the strip, the barrier to the residential neighborhood. So part of the problem, I think, that we're all, we were all struggling with initially, and I'm thinking that we're really making an effort. We're all making a great effort. Guidelines is something different. To borrow that term again, when I have written 15, it's unique. And so how do we apply that where those guidelines were primarily, written to include to some extent commercial uses, but small, not large commercial uses. But they were also for houses. I mean, every time I did something, my houses down here at the company. So, I mean, I know what it looks like. So that open space requirement. UGN 1, E20.8C. I did all this to you, just so you know. There's 25 square feet per unit. Calculating 96 units, we're required to have 2,400 square feet by code. We're providing 2,578. Okay, and that was calculated by our civil engineer. Now, that's not an overwhelming amount. That's not a statement like, it'd be wonderful if we could have 4,800 feet. We are using a lot of open site area underneath the building for what? Parking. That came to us was when we pushed the building back on Blankner. So it really helped us really with open space. Facades should match and not, should match existing neighborhood facade. As we've talked about the patterning, the massing type. And the German Village guidelines said, develop what? A contemporary identity. That's trying to do up front. I think we're trying to be a little bit more sensitive away from a strict contemporary identity. I'm blanking it by saying we want to be like gables, flat roofing. So we wanted to try to do that. Interior courtyard and facades have already been altered, to your point. You know, that was one of the comments that Hartley had made. The west edge jog, you know, was a question about screening against headlights. We've taken care of that in this submission.
What's that last comment?
It's Rosalie, on the west corner of Blankner, and Dixon. It was clear that we had enough blockage we had enough landscaping to block headlights.
Side of line,
Yeah. So what we did was
line side.
we added more landscaping. Title 34 procedures for large sites, according to section F40 point. Less than 10 acres, plus we're under 300 feet, lineal feet of frontage. So we have no. That's not criticism, that's just a comments that Hartke made, suggesting that we have a look at it. So we looked at it. Already talked about that. We've identified what it is, there aren't any. Record, then there was the final one, which was the record of building to be demolished. That story is already out of the barn already. You've already gone to see the building. I know that in 2018, the building wasn't thought to be a contributing element at that point because of the number of changes that had been made over time. And what I'm stressing today again is the fact that we have what's been identified potentially as an historic element of Blankner. That's the encroachment. I don't want to repeat that whole story, but you understand what I'm saying here. So I don't think that wagging a dog, at all, because we want to go ahead. I don't think that would be something. At point, I think again, it's an open, I want to say it's totally open, but I think that we have a fair approach to designing this project. We're open to suggestions. Where you have suggestions today, or we'll listen to your comments as your report is submitted to us, and we'll respond again, and we'll be back with changes where they're necessary. I mean, that's all I can really say. And I want to thank you for your report. We're good to have a bottle of water here.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're certainly welcome.
Open it up to the public forum. I've got,
I think there's a few more involved.
all right. Okay.
Could you, thank you.
All right. A comment, I'm going to read one that was sent in. Mark Moorhead, reference in support of the Cedar Square development, 245, 247 East Livingston Avenue. Dear members of the German Village Commission. As someone who has lived and worked in the German Village area for over a decade, I'm very excited and supportive of the pending Cedar Square development project. The design of this development has been carefully considered as it blends seamlessly into the historic fabric of German Village while still accommodating the current demands for the area's housing needs. The project will significantly improve Blankner Alley, which is currently in poor condition and not pedestrian friendly. The proposed enhancements will make it safer and more walkable, benefiting both new and existing residents. With all the excitement and development happening around Nationwide Children's Hospital, this project timing is perfect. It will provide high-quality housing for nurses, hospital employees, and other downtown employees who want to live in close proximity to their work. Additionally, converting an underutilized parking lot into high-quality housing is a better use of the space. Most residents mean more support for local businesses, which only strengthens the vibrancy of our neighborhood. As a long-term resident, I'm in complete support of the Cedar Square development project. I'm extremely excited about what it will bring to our community because it is exactly what we need, a tasteful, thoughtfully designed, high-quality housing offering for our residents. It is a responsible and necessary step forward for German Village, and I encourage the commission to approve it. Sincerely, Mark Moorhead and Whittier.
Mark,
330 East Whittier.
only East Livingston?
Whittier.
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 So I will now go through the slips.
Protocol for the speaker slip,
Yes.
as they are called. Each public speaker is limited to 3 minutes. There will be a set timer. The timer will go off at 3 minutes, and at that time, we ask that you conclude your remarks. Due to the constraints of the room, we'll let you stay where you are. If you'd like to stand, you're welcome to do so. But please refrain from interrupting other speakers that have been identified for their 3-minute time.
Can I say one thing about that? This is a serious development. It's not like homeowner coming and asking for a few items and changes. This is, so if we go over 3 minutes, you'll have to bear with us.
Roseanne asked that you stick to 3 minutes. Is that
I'm
it?
gonna try.
That is, I know you won't. That's protocol
I
for everybody.
I have my concerns. I don't know.
That is protocol for everybody.
Yeah, I know it is.
And we'll also add the review tonight is conceptual, so there is no vote from the
No,
committee.
I understand that.
And I would also say that if you're coming up and you're reiterating something that someone else has said, I would say, hey, I support what so-and-so said, totally, et cetera.
This isn't my first rodeo.
Where's that?
I'd like to recognize the first. speaker.
Yeah, first person is Sam Shemansky.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I manage the property on Lincoln Cedar Ave. I listen to 10 concerns. For me, what I can check what I want, I would love more people in the area. It feels really empty. I would like to minimize crime. It feels like it's a really incognito area. The alley, you don't get a lot of people. We get a lot of car windows broken into. And I get a lot of questions about security and safety and can I install more lights? Can I do this? Can I do that? So from my selfish perspective, I would be delighted to have more people and that's more presentable just for myself. It'd be nice to hospitable and welcoming to people. I agree with pretty much everything Mark said and thank you for your time. Thank you.
Heidi Hernandez.
Hi, Heidi Horenza, 518 South Fifth Street.
Now neighbor.
I know, because I've lived there for 20 years. I'm just wanted to acknowledge before I start, George, I'm super familiar with your work, so I just want to say, you know, this is not to impugn any of your work. You're an amazing architect. And let me start. German Village has been a key component of the Columbus Renaissance that you started, that you spoke about. Our community was probably the linchpin in a lot of excitement about our city throughout the years. This area is a gateway to our neighborhood. And according to you, it doesn't have prevalent historic structures on it. I take exception to that. There's a number of historic structures that are significantly representative of the neighborhood that are in this parcel. While commercial structures can be frequently larger, since the average in Durham Village is what, 700 to 1,000 square feet, I think we need to take into account what the average is for the neighborhood as opposed to just saying, well, this is just larger. We need to look at what is typical for the neighborhood and go from there. Durham Village is different than other historic districts. This is why we have separate historic commissions so that they can specialize in their own areas and what is typical for those neighborhoods. When you're talking about a 25-foot versus 45-foot, that doesn't sound like a lot, but when you look at that, that's almost 50% larger than the structures surrounding it and will take away from the historic structures that are in the neighborhood. Encroachments can actually kind of be considered a characteristic of German Village since a lot of things were built differently without, you know, prior to zoning laws. So I think that conversation needs to be part of a larger discussion about the characteristics of the neighborhood. And clever tricks with paint is not going to be enough to make this smaller than it is. This misses the mark on the footprint, the height, the parking. It's the whole, massing is larger than just massing. This is a giant footprint with too much height, and it's not gonna be in character, in keeping with the neighborhood. The scale of everything in German Village is smaller when you're talking about lot coverage of 71%. And this has literally no, 0% green space on the interior and all of it on the exterior of the lot, which is really more of a suburban model than an urban model. So I'd like to see, some breakup so that it's smaller units, not a giant massing of information. I can just keep going here. How am I doing? Am I done? All right. Good job. Thank you very much.
Safety, I own the property directly behind here where your entry is gonna be. So my concern is you've got 3 EV stations here, is that true? What's gonna happen when this car backs up and this guy's going in? Like a safety concern to me. My other concern, there's accidents that happen at this intersection all the time, so how can we alleviate that problem? Are there gonna be stop signs there? Is the city gonna provide stop
Well,
signs?
traffic will be determined.
I wouldn't look for an answer, but you're bringing up good
Pardon?
issues. I wouldn't look for an answer tonight, but you're bringing up good issues that need to be considered.
I'm
Yep.
asking questions.
Yep, absolutely.
I see that trash is gonna be in this alley. Is the city gonna pick up the trash or is it gonna be?
Private.
Private? Okay,
You want me to answer or no?
well, I mean, you don't
I
have,
think it's fine.
all right,
Working. So that
Okay.
ain't- I don't
just
know.
raising, you're taking time away from me.
Yeah. Stay here.
Well, I'm just raising, I know.
Yeah,
that it-
no, all good. All good.
I have a question. Is there any way to make it so that all the cars go out to Sixth Street and don't enter here? Because you won't be disturbing any neighbors here. We've got, a commercial business here and commercial here. Here you've got all neighbors. So, that would minimize traffic. That alley is only what, 10 feet wide now? So it's gonna be 10 feet, so is it gonna be 10 feet from my property line to your sidewalk? Is it still gonna be 10 feet?
I have a solution for it. I'm allowed to go ahead.
Yeah, but this is, hey, guys, come on.
Well, I think Karen had a good suggestion. You have
I
concerns?
don't care.
List your concerns.
List your concerns.
List them. List your concerns. You have a concern
About the EV
about
station.
trash removal. You have a concern
Well,
about
it
entrance to
That's my concerns until I heard that what was going on.
Okay. Sorry.
Okay. I can choose.
I'll just. You want me to
Go ahead.
answer? Well,
Okay.
realistically, we could make that an emergency egress. Like,
Do what?
we could make it an emergency. Knock down bollard on that side for emergency. And we could direct traffic onto Sixth.
That would really make me happy.
Um,
Yeah.
But my point is, we have to. We'll be taking this through traffic, final approval. I feel that's the way.
Well, I'm the troublemaker that called traffic down and asked them.
The 3 minutes has elapsed for the
Yeah,
public speaking.
okay,
for your
it has.
ads.
Well, I think I brought up some good points. Bring up any more.
What, Rosie, can I suggest, because we're gonna be doing conceptual review, we're gonna be doing conceptual review again. To bring a list of what your concerns are, after taking a look at that, we can really get more traction.
Okay, well, now that I have some information, I can make my list.
Right.
Great.
Yep, absolutely, that's perfect.
just want to make one more point. Whoever made these additions can't add. So what other mistakes are in here, we need to be careful.
I'm sure that.
Thanks, Rosalie. Ron?
Resident on Blankner, I live at 269 East Blankner. That would be directly behind this development, so I do have some concerns. There's been a lot of talk about crime. I walk up Blankner, I live right there, I park on 6th. I've never witnessed crime in this area. I have no idea where that's coming from. Break-ins, 4 years, nothing. I have no idea where that came from, so I'd just like to point that out. Parking is a major concern just in general. I know that they have expressed that they would add parking to the bottom of this development. There are guests. They're also going to get rid of the parking lot for Bendy and other local businesses that patrons are using. Where are those patrons going to go once that parking lot's gone? They're going to go back on the street. That's just going to add. I know you did a parking study. I know you've done traffic studies. That's all going to come in after the development's already done. Guests are going to be here for those residents that move in. That parking is going to be overflowed onto 6th. We already have a parking problem there. There's parking on both sides of the streets. There's only room for one car to pass at a time as it is. There's a lot of accidents right there. We already have a backup. I know you did a study, but as someone who lives there, it's already an issue. This is going to exponentially increase that as it is. Where I live, again, I'd be right across from this. When I step out from my front door, I'm right on the sidewalk. Just as Rosalie said, it's like 10 feet to the fence. This is going to be right, right here. The residents that live there already, it's going to completely cut us off from light. I know it's reset a little bit from the street, but is this fair to the residents that already live there? I mean, I know that there are tricks to make it not feel as tall from the front, but what about the people in the back? We've heard a lot of different residents who live in the neighborhood already who come in, who are voicing their concerns, and it's, you know, our goal is to protect the architectural and the historic quality of the neighborhood, which I think is really important. And that's why we're all here. And I think that's what we need to remember. The other thing I think we have to think about is the reputation of the neighborhood for people who don't live there. This is the first thing they're going to see. They're not going to see all the intimate details we're trying to protect with the rest of these meetings. They're going to see this big giant structure. Even if we're doing these tricks, it's there. And as soon as you go back, you're going to see it from the back. And then the residents who are already there are not going to be protected from being basically shut out from the neighborhood that we already live in. So I think it's also the duty of this commission to protect the residents who are already here. I think that is well. Thank you.
It's our turn. So I'm going to open up, first of all. Title 34 is covered by 31. Title 34 does not apply to the site. Title 31 includes the German Village Commission guidelines, which were incorporated with the city code in 1989. Thank you. I was going to say 84, 89. And that includes the 2 amendments. The guidelines do address lot coverage, et cetera, and that will surpass over anything in Title 34. Setbacks, all that stuff that's called out there, up, down, bottom, whatever, typical patterns in German Village is agreed to with this commission that we accept will dictate lot coverage on the site and how you use it, what the landscape is, and all that stuff. That being said, I have a passion about the district, what goes inside the district is covered by this commission and needs to be appropriate to the district. What's on the other side of Livingston is not in our purview. I'm not concerned about that. And I have the analogy of Central Park in New York City of German Village is the park and all those high rises on the other side of the street, park outside of it. And everything inside on that edge needs to define and be recognizable easily as what belongs in German Village. And that goes to massing, materials, and details like you brought up. And if you want to talk, I'll start with heights. Heights on existing buildings are determined as the midpoint between the ridge and the eave. As the height of that building. Guidelines say that everything has to be shorter than that.
Are we allowed to respond? Or should we wait for?
You can wait, I'm just giving you my opinion, the other ones can chime in with what they agree with me or not. But that's where I'm at. That goes also to widths and proportions and all of that good stuff. That's just the first part. We can talk about materials and details later. I think when you say this is contemporary, it's way too contemporary in my point, and it shouldn't be this difficult. I think you're way beyond what the guidelines talk about in contemporary. They really talk about contemporary details. This goes to what the windows are and how that stuff is framed in, et cetera. Not massing, not architectural language, that kind of stuff. So that's just kind of where I'm at. Yeah.
Just do you or the rest of the commission want to start with the demolition component before getting too far into the design?
We can, I mean, that's.
If that works for you all.
Yeah, I just kind of wanted to get into the general way up here kind of thing. We can talk about demolition, but I'd like to hear what the other commissioners got, then we'll get to demolition later.
Great,
Yeah, absolutely, thanks.
thank you.
That's my upper level, first target, what we're looking at. I think you got massing problems. Materials and details will follow.
I read a quote from the guideline. A building that is significantly larger or smaller than those around it will appear out of place and therefore not compatible. Structures with excessively horizontal proportions, which parentheses, appearing significantly wider than they are tall, are generally not appropriate. So I just want to say, when you look at this proposed new development with the context of the block, it almost seems like this development want to squeeze every inch that's available on the site, which is kind of scary. I mean, I understand that you guys talk about, the sight line that, the 4-story that's not going to be noticeable, right, from the street, on every street around the block. But I think, I think it's more than that. It's not just the 4-story, it's not noticeable. The whole massing is in front of you, it's really taking up every foot of the site. And then definitely have the massing in general.
I agree completely with the other two commissioners. And to point about the 4-story not being visible, in the sightline studies that you're showing us, they're purely in section from the streets right up against the building, not in your own renderings that you're showing where you can clearly see the 4th story. I grant this one is from Livingston, but you will be able to see this 4th story down further past in Blackburn on 6. You will be able to see this because the building is significantly larger and smaller than those around it and is appearing out of scale and therefore not compatible, which again is a quote from our own guidelines. Structure should be designed to have a similar proportion and pattern of structure versus open or yard space, maximum lot coverage with new construction, and leaving little outdoor space is not in accordance with traditional historical development patterns in the neighborhood and is not appropriate for new construction. That's page 105. This building is not taking into consideration the historic setbacks. Where you're combining a lot of lots and taking, I think, a lot of liberties, in my opinion, with that combination to give more space and create this working everything else around it.
I just also have, I think the notion that this is a buffer between what's across the street and what's in the village is a no-go. And as far as the 4th floor goes, you'll be able to see it from one of those 41 floors across the street in the new nationwide tower that you put up. So it's not going to be invisible.
I have issues with the massing and lot coverage. And the fact that, you refer to the guidelines and talk about with commercial structures that they can occupy more of the site. But as I understand this proposal, the only, what I call commercial that's left is the restaurant on the corner. So it's not, it's multifamily. It's multifamily residential.
Considered commercial, either like 3+ outlets.
But the commercial uses are, I mean, that's one of the things that is really valued in German Village. And so to say that we're taking this lot and, you know, just populating all of it, and we're losing our mixed use that I think are really vital to the village. The other thing that, in terms from Blankner, this appears as a monolith, the whole block long. The roof line's not broken up. It's one large, long, continuous mass at the upper story. And I think that's much mass. It doesn't follow guidelines for German village structures.
Subtleness of what you're trying to do with the protrusions of typical German village house facades, even though they're elevated a story off the ground, are not, they're getting lost and they're seeming like almost like paint applied to these, and they aren't truly referencing German village in their proportions, in the way that they are almost applied to this, to the sides of the building. Especially compared to the ground plane. And I don't think any amount of landscaping will cover that fact.
The fact that they. I totally agree with all the commissioners and parents that about commercial. That looks like an office building. In fact, it looks like the building that's there now, so imagine just whatever we have there. Can just replicate those openings and have that done. So I would say, yeah, it just, it doesn't. And I guess I've always, like, I've been typing on my own notes, like, yeah, what is the minimum number? Work economically, and is it feasible? You know what that minimum number, not to present us, with, like, what is the absolute rock on the minimum number of units that we need? And then whether it's possible to put those. Development question, I guess, and you guys, right, commercial use. You position yourself as commercial development because of the Bandy Walk restaurant right in the corner. Is that right? Just.
Residential can fit under commercial use.
Anything under city
Like,
limits, at least from building and zoning, any 3+ multifamily units are considered a commercial building and have a whole set of standards that go through site compliance that delineate it from residential.
Just to point out, the new construction, I think it's approximately 10 pages in the guidelines, applies to everything.
So you didn't
Residential, residential.
directly refer to retail, commercial, like.
It's minor. It's minor.
Okay. Because I was just asking, like, you know, with all the parking spaces taken away from the restaurant, if that building was commercial uses, then you lose the commercial component of the development.
Can we respond to a few of the items? You know, I think an objective for us here today is understand truly the applicable guidelines. We keep bringing up the guidelines, I want to start addressing a few of the individual concerns board members, board member Teal, you mentioned lot coverage and Title 31 certainly supersedes Title 34. But the lot coverage component in page 105, you also mentioned a quote as well. That quote was cut a little bit short because it, as I mentioned before, it does say historic plan of the neighborhood included some green or open yard space. Exceptions to this plan occur in German Village, mostly with commercial buildings, which may take up the entire lot, leaving only small service area in the rear. These buildings are typically located on commercial streets. So, us as an ownership group and development group, we're trying to find the underlying source code. What are the applicable guidelines? And we're putting our best foot forward to take these guidelines quite literally. And from our pretty explicit interpretation, lot coverage being an example, that is one where the guidelines, well, I'm not going to say encourage, but allow for lot coverage to take up the whole site in this
I'm
situation.
not gonna argue, okay, but it's based on the data around your site. And we can go with, we're charged with, and have the authority to say, historic development patterns around the site will dictate how you do that, okay? So with that being said, and for future reference, the guidelines call for a streetscape to be done, okay? And let me get my guidelines call for a streetscape, is what it calls.
Streetscape.
Streetscape. I want to bring this up. Streetscape is an evaluation of adjacent buildings in the surrounding neighborhood and properties, etc. 3 elements, massing, blah, blah, discordance should be evaluated as the database for this project. What the massing materials, details, site development, etc. on properties around this thing would be the database for you to start supporting what you think is appropriate for this site.
Surrounding structures, surrounding buildings.
And development, right.
We see in this image a stone's throw away, there is a story building.
Internal village.
That, the guidelines don't say that. The guidelines
The
don't say
guidelines don't
that.
apply out. It applies to what's in the village. It applies to what's in the village.
But it doesn't say buildings within German Village. It says in surrounding buildings.
Inside the district. So for clarification on that, I will tell you, the guidelines apply to the historic fabric within the historic district. And how that's developed and how that's what. You cannot go and say, hey, look at Lebec Tower.
Not the building across the street. Not Lebec, but, I'd like to touch on a few other things. I would focus on, I like to think in this meeting, massing and scale before we talk about contemporary design.
Yeah, I agree.
Board member Ian, you mentioned the horizontal portions, as well as board member McCoy. There is on page 107 of the guidelines, scale and proportion. And it mentions the proposed structure appears to be horizontal, then it advises that recessing a portion of the building to create a vertical line where facade steps back. And it also says to experiment with ways to break up long horizontal facades. And that is emphasized not just in the German Village guidelines, explicitly in Title 31 standards for new construction. So again, we're taking the codes we have available to us and trying to apply them here. And I think what we're really trying to get away from this meeting with is quite a lot of text that courts are designed here. And we're trying to find maybe other texts that wouldn't. We really want to stick to these guidelines because we are setting the zoning code aside, sure. What is the prevailing source code, so we're not just completely subjective here. We also talk about it being out of scale. But, one thing I would say is we are on Livingston. It is a 5-lane corridor with a bus route and a bike lane. I think one of the main components we would like to say is the existing historic structures could likely be seen more out of scale with a 5-lane corridor than what we're proposing. Meaning, if we had a blank slate, it wouldn't necessarily be appropriate to put single-family homes along Livingston. And that's one of our bases for, of course, we're trying our best to try and blend it all together, but I'd like to think in terms of scale, we are slightly more appropriate than single-family home on this, one of Columbus's busiest corridors. So that's really one of our main design narratives is we are on the busiest region, commercial corridor. Does it make sense to treat it with more single-family home structures, or does it make sense to try and blend into that a little bit more? And then we can talk about, the commercial definition, but, by all standards of, again, even Columbus building and zoning, a multifamily 3+ units is considered commercial. And, if mixed uses is would really be the inflection point there, we'd happily explore, my team might kick me for this, but some ground floor retail, if that would really be the inflection point.
Well, mixed use is the entire section from Dixon all the way to Sixth Street. If you look at this, for this section is from Dixon to Sixth Street. Commercial on Sixth, we have commercial on Dixon, several buildings. And I want to go back to one comment that said we're wiping out everything and we're ignoring the historic buildings that somebody made a comment. Here, they're not doing it, they're staying. A lot of money doing it. Those are residential or commercial, but their uses demonstrated that there was no need for commercial integration in those buildings. But what are we going to do? Try to force commercial where commercial doesn't want to be? Residential is what wants to be here. The argument of why others are academic arguments. The reality of it is that, we don't want to argue academics here. We want to argue what's practical in the neighborhood. Someone, and I noticed back here as I was speaking, I met, this is the buffer. A higher density mix of buildings, which you do have commercial and residential now with this, as the buffer to the true residential, just south of us. And if you want to look at ULI and understand what that says, the architects on the board ought to do it.
And I'll just add a few more things just to address the board members' comments, to George's point, an existing parking lot and a pretty old office building.
Let's keep the parking lot.
Yeah, I mean, that's, at the end of the day, it's the parking lot that, the opposition is kind of trying to protect at this point. But you mentioned a key point is what's the base amount of units? What makes this project feasible? And I do want to touch on that because, we'd be happy to even bring some other testimony from other folks who do this, but this project right now is what most developers would call completely inefficient. Have a podium structure for objectively objectively, on the grand scheme of things, a small development. You don't do podium construction for under 100 units. It's really unheard of. So in terms of what is the minimum amount, from an objective standpoint, from a developer, this is a pretty inefficient, not cost effective, not financially feasible project. So we took that, we incorporated these expensive components to hide the parking rather than have a surface. Extra setback that could have been used for very valuable rentable square footage, and we put the open space facing the community rather than just for our residents to enjoy. So when you talk about what's feasible from a development standpoint, we're making quite extraordinary efforts to make this work. And from a developer standpoint, it's not feasible. We're hoping that this would be more feasible to the community rather than to us.
we're giving arguments to, I mean, it's. Being replaced by the. But again,
Difference is this one's right up towards the front. I believe it's closer to property line with the existing
Yeah.
building is. Yeah, probably it's taller.
and again, those are things that when we get to the next concept review, do things around a little bit.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's not equal to equal, apples to apples.
No, I understand, but what
To the
I'm,
auction house or the theater, that was right up on.
no, but what I'm getting,
Yeah, it was, but the current one,
yeah, the current one isn't, either.
Different.
Right, but my point. You back, so, sure.
Yeah.
I mean, those are a comment, and where did I start this conversation?
I have side conversations. Thank
I'm
you.
gonna repeat myself with what I said earlier, man. Collaborative effort. We've heard a lot of, a lot of comments in terms of trash, traffic, all these things can be solved. Understanding what the issues are on the board or the commission. As much as we can for. Heard the issue of maybe more green space because we're interpreting 34 as opposed to 31 in terms of open space.
First neighbor doesn't have that kind of green space. That's the pattern.
Weighting this corridor to the rest of German Village.
I'm going to make the point. This is my point. This is not a buffer. This is the same fabric from one end of the village all the way up to the center line of Livingston Avenue, which is the historic boundary.
No, I understand your logic.
And you've been trying to find a source code for your picking and choosing which codes to follow.
You're telling us right now that we can't use.
No,
We're
sorry.
sticking to- No,
No.
we're sticking to 31 and Jefferson.
Sticking with-
We do want to proceed, but we're not here to refute that.
We're going to evaluate your application as it applies to 31, the
Correct.
German Village codes and the amendment.
Right,
And when it complies with that, we will give you.
right.
Again,
What I said earlier, our intent was to start. I want to understand that the site exists, what the site is. It's German Village. North edge, it's the south edge of Livingston Avenue. We're going from there south. I don't care what's across the street. Up 10 stories and look over the roof.
I would like to add that I have concerns on the east elevation. When I look at the drawn east elevation, I don't see anything.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been modified,
That's the south elevation. I'm
Yeah.
talking about.
that elevation. Can that be modified? Can that be a brick elevation? Can that have a gable on it?
Well, what I'm talking about is that's showing kind of the view. I'm talking about this drawn east elevation. And
Oh, it's behind.
yeah,
the
you're,
existing building.
That's the existing roof.
so I mean, your rendering was point of view was down the street. It wasn't at, up
Yeah.
taken within the block.
Yeah.
And within the block, that's a very massive structure that's not broken up, that's not.
I'm sorry. Does that not show, Randy, there being existing? In the west elevation, we show the existing building and here we're not. So, this elevation, while it appears to be maybe a lot of mass, it wouldn't be seen because of the bending building.
But I still think to Commissioner Boyd's comment, we still want to see.
Yep.
Because they will. Have a, similar to previous applications where renderings were showed with, trees in them and then the trees removed, so we could get intent
Mhm.
and then also actual massing.
Yeah.
Having elevations that show the existing buildings, but then also with those removed.
Okay.
We'll move on to demolition of the existing building.
The commissioners are in that secondary document that was included above.
Would you like to start? I am,
Conflicted.
yeah, I mean, I am. The building's been significantly altered. From 1914 and 1989. Had big openings cut into it. It's had, just put in for offices, I get that, I think. Well, but it's also, I think the parapet's been raised, and I couldn't tell from that photo either. It does look like the parapet's higher in
You
the
could
front
see the
part.
brick color.
Yeah, and it drops down, and
Right.
we're not quite sure whether it's, don't know, understand what the logic is. I mean, we talked about these openings in the back. I think that vented the stage underneath, that kind of thing. The roof on the top is a three-part roof that goes around, and I don't know how that relates to the square part. I would say the only thing that's historic about this thing right now that represents anything is the mask. I'm not willing to say, yep, go ahead and tear it down. We wouldn't do that anyway until we had a approved design.
Yeah.
Certainly it's considerable, to be considered. That's where I'm at.
Oh.
Not against it, but I'm not convinced yet until I see your design. Okay. And that's always been our condition.
And that's in Title 31 as well, very protective of demolishing. It even goes a step further, say you have to show the means and come online pretty quickly after, so we're in agreement there.
Can we stick? If you look at. Obviously, that was the building. It was right up at Lib. My whole point is, there's a pattern that occurs there.
Mhm.
But what if? You can imagine where I'm going. Oh, piece on top, you know, it's all too old at this point to remember those things. Patterning, and you see with a recess masonry was shown, that could be a.
Because it's not here.
No, it's not. What I'm saying is we can go ahead and really.
My opinion is no. I'm looking for you to be representing the existing pattern that's already there on the other buildings.
Okay.
You're taking this one now. I don't think that's a starting point for justifying fenestration.
Well, no, it
That
isn't
one,
there.
yeah.
It's a link back to the historic building.
Yeah, I don't think that's, for me, that.
No,
is
it's fine. It's a
starting
good
point.
comment. I just.
Yeah.
But yeah, and also the uses aren't the same, and so that they would be into single family residential and.
As a matter of next steps, we want to come back here, we want to find, again, relevant code, whether it be.
Any other comments that were made about.
I'm sorry. Please go.
I agree with everything.
You're bored with
the
Yeah.
one. Yes.
Appreciate that consideration. In terms of next steps, we do want to get on some similar playing field so that we're not coming back here and trying to read between the lines. And I think, again, really having some sort of level of compromise at some point, whether it comes to height and massing, what can we do to come back to still have some sort of critical mass? Because you mentioned feasibility. Something like this can't get off the ground without having what's called critical mass. And we are willing to really evaluate some of these key focal points and, maybe get my teeth way at some points where we can reduce that impact, but we want to find common ground here. We want to find the German village guidelines that really will apply to this.
If I could add with the, just for the record, to not evaluate like the economic
Yeah.
feasibility or possibility from an academic
right.
the initial review, just to put that on the record
Yeah.
for everyone.
That's,
However many units you want to go for it. My opinion is you got to meet the massing based on the guidelines and all the categories for that. You got to meet the materials, you got to meet the details and all subcategories for those two. To get it within the guidelines to be acceptable. It can be 110 units. Well, but you gotta get the massing and everything down to where it doesn't stand out like it does now. And I'm gonna give you a heads up because there's been comments about this that we didn't get to yet. The windows and the balconies, probably not gonna apply. Typically, nothing we have in the building. Okay, just a heads up. And you can make a case for that and
that's exactly the feedback we want.
Yeah.
You know, we'll come back and, right.
and so I just thought I'd bring it up because
Seems,
we can cut through stuff.
Where rooftop balconies have loud, through careful consideration.
Shut it down.
oh, we can go to the fifth story.
Structures above them, too dare.
Anything else?
No,
We appreciate your time.
we'll look at, stuff that, tries to make every effort to accommodate everything that we've done.
Question besides massing.
I'm sorry, apologies to interrupt. Can we have the conversation in the room, please, and we're still in a live recording?
One more question, besides the massing materials and details. Is this proposed development gonna offer some sort of affordable housing? Like what's the,
I'm gonna bring like
That's
96.
really not anything we should ask.
Okay.
Yeah.
What was her question?
Whether there's affordable housing in the project, that's not something we can ask. It's not.
Okay.
Interesting, but yeah.
Still didn't hear the question.
Oh, yeah, I bet
That's something we can't ask. It's not in our mix, our purview. So, but
Yeah.
I didn't get that.
all set?
Yep.
All right.
For the
Thanks,
applicant,
guys.
as this was conceptual, you do have
Yeah.
to submit your application.
Right.
Your deadline for April would be next Thursday.
Well, no, it's gonna be longer than that.
So I guess we'll see you in a later month, but just to let you know.
Take a while.
That's 2 hours.
All right, thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Any other business?
Oh, you do?
Oh, thank you.
They got a walk around the building.
Is application 10 here?
Thank you.
I don't know if it's the other one, so I think
There's not a whole lot there that. It's sort of, up 3 hard room. All those in favor?